15 January 2025, proceeding with the matter of Mengo versus Mbenenge. Ms. Mengo, you are still under oath.
Ndiyaqonda, Chair.
Usephansi kwesifungo ke njengokuba bekunjalo. Confirmed, Chair.
And may I just say this, Ms. Mengo, you will recall when you started giving evidence, I said to you, please speak loud enough so that everybody in the room who understands Xhosa may be able, if need be, may be able to query any interpretation that comes through as to whether it's correct or not. That was the idea behind me asking you to speak loud enough so that everybody could hear.
Ubeyakhumbula ngokuya ubuqala ukunikezela ubungqina. Ndiye ndakhuthaza into yokubana xa uthetha uncede uthethele phezulu ukuze uzokuviwa ngumuntu wonke olapha, ingakumbi lowo osivayo isiXhosa, khona ukuze ukuba ikhona impazamo kucala lokutolika lo mazwi okanye lo lizwi okanye lo gama olisebenzisileyo, sikwazi ukuncedisana ngokulungisa lo ndawo izawube kanti ibe itolikeke ngendlela engeyiyo. Ibizinjongo zami ke ezo.
Ndiyakhumbula, Chair.
I remember, Chair.
Yes, perhaps this is, for now, perhaps this is more, what I'm saying is more directed to the legal representatives than to you, which is that I plead with them where they feel that a wrong interpretation is coming through, they should please draw my attention to it so that we can deal with it in the appropriate manner.
Ndinganga ngoku ndibhekisa kuwe okanye ndingqale kuwe, odwa ke ndithethile nabo abanye into kokuba xa besiva ukuba kukhona ukutolikwa ngendlela engeyiyo, ndicela bandazise khona ukuze sizokwazi ukufikelela kwindawo apho sizawukwazi ukuba sibe siyayilungisa.
Back to you now. Where you yourself personally feel that the interpretation is not correct, raise it with me. Draw my attention to it so that we can deal with it. Don't be afraid of doing that. I've seen, thankfully, in one instance, there was one instance, I think it was instance yesterday, where you actually did that. And that is the correct thing to do. But I'm not saying that you should abuse the situation and dispute even correct interpretations because you don't like them. But is the right thing to do. Because clearly, at least to some extent, you have a very good command of the English language. Let us be realistic about it. Now to the interpreter. Please,
Thank you, Chair.
Where you are not sure, on one or two occasions you said, can I be helped and the like. An impression should not be created that you are appealing to the respondent's side for assistance when you need assistance in interpretation. It is not done that way. The correct way to deal with it is to address it to me and say, I need some assistance on this and the like. I don't know Xhosa. I think maybe you look around because you know the chairperson doesn't understand a thing about Xhosa, but don't give up on me.
But Chair, at some point I even said, please Chair, I need assistance, even though I knew you have no idea. Thank you for that.
So raise it with me and I'll see how to handle that one.
Thank you, Chair.
All right.
Much appreciated.
Yes.
Thanks. I think Ms.
Yes.
Mengo got the last bit of the message. I don't want to assume.
Sorry?
I think she got the last part of Chair's message.
No, she did. She must have.
Enkosi Chair, ndiyayiqonda le nto ubundieksplainela yona, ndiyabulela.
Thank you, Chair. I understand exactly what Chair explained. I
then
thank you.
Yeah. And then the last point I want to raise is I address myself to the respondent's legal team. We are sitting in a small space, and let us, for now, is with regard to the complainant. But the same remark will apply to them when the respondent is under oath giving evidence. Let us be careful not, when a witness is testifying, let us not engage in a reaction or conduct that seems to detract or send some kind of a message to a witness when the witness is testifying, or some kind of reaction which may be seen as, however unwittingly, may seem to be tending to unduly make an impact on the witness. I think it applies both ways. We can't help it. We are sitting, as it were, around the table. It's not like an ordinary court where an appropriate arrangement is being made. But here, we are a bit crowded, and we need to be careful what remarks we make or what conduct we carry out towards a witness. Otherwise, it may give wrong impressions. That said, amen. We can start now. You are still under oath.
Usephansi kwesifungo ke njengokuba besifungile ngaphambili.
Ndiyaqonda Chair, enkosi.
Understood, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I just want to go back with regards to what has been discussed now. I just want to make sure that we got the correct interpretation or translation for certain aspects of your evidence yesterday. Yesterday you testified, and we can go to volume 3, page 1171.
Yes.
Sorry, it's 1178. My apologies. The first message at 5:33 that morning of the 9th of June. The message from the respondent, I had thought, and I don't want to mispronounce that word. We just need to make sure that we got the correct interpretation of that word. If we can start with that one.
Ndicela ke siphinde siqalele sibuyele umva kancinane pha kuphepha 1178 umyalezo ke ngomhla wesithoba kwinyanga kaJune kunyaka ka2021 apho kumyalezo wokuqala ongenileyo ngo5:33 ixesha ukhona ke la emoji pha yomnwe okhombe phezulu iqale ngokuthi ngesilungu I had thought uza kwehlela bendicinga ukuba uza kwehlela sifuna ke uphinda sibuyele kuyo.
And before you answer, yesterday it was translated as I had thought you would go down. Was that the correct translation of that word? Or can you just explain to us?
Izolo ke kuthe xa litolikwa ngesilungu eligama lithi uza kwehlela sathi go down ingaba injalo ilolo hlobo njengokuba siyibona bibhalwe apha ngesintu ingaba ithetha into enjalo ngesilungu?
Ewe ithetha into enjalo.
Yes, it means that in English.
Is that how you understood it?
Uyiqonde ngolo hlobo wena elagama.
Ndiliqonde ngolo hlobo.
That's how I understood it.
And what does that mean?
Ithetha ukuthini?
Ithetha ukuthi ebecinga ukuba mna ndizamthumelela ipicture ye-private party yam.
It means that, according to my understanding, he thought that I would send him a picture of my private part.
I'm sorry, let me get the English version of that word.
The English version, Chair?
The version, yes. Because what she has said is her own interpretation or understanding of that word. But can you favor us with, for clarity, with the accurate English word interpretation?
Okay. May I then proceed with the full sentence so that
Yes,
it
please.
makes sense, Chair? I had thought you would go down.
Which is precisely what's appearing on my notes yesterday. Because at one time yesterday, I thought the interpretation was, I thought you'd, that's what I thought you said.
Yes, yes.
You would come down. And then I wasn't sure whether you were saying, I think I raised that, whether you were saying calm down or come down. Then it ended up being would go down.
Yes, Judge.
And then if we go to 1168 in volume 3. There you replied at 2051. You replied to the, and yesterday it was translated that it was a reiteration of the word robbed. It was just written in isiXhosa, and then you replied hyeni. What is meant by that word hyeni? I know it was translated, interpreted as meaning no for saying no to more than one person in the plural. What did you mean by saying hyeni?
Apha kuphepha 1168 apha kanye ku 2051 apho wena uye waphendula kwigama belisetyenzisiwe elithi ndiqhathiwe uphendule ngohayini wena besilitolikile ke sathi lo hayini uthetha uno ngesilungu kodwa sisebenzisa isininzi. Ingaba wena ubuthetha ukuthini ngeli gama lithi hayini xa ubuphendula?
Uhayini ubonisa umothuko.
Hayini represents shock, according to me.
So why did you use this exclamation of shock?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Kutheni uye wasebenzisa olu hlobo lokothuka?
Kukuba aphindaphinde into enye nalento beyicela kum.
It is because of his repetitive request, that which he requested from me.
And then I just want to go back to the parts that the chair indicated yesterday that it is still not clear, and we need to make sure that we all understand the correct what you meant by replying the way you replied. I just want to quickly get that one. Yes, the oven temperature. 1191. On page 1191.
Ndifuna ke siphinde sibuyele kulaa ndawo umhlali ngaphambili ebeke watsho wathi ayikamcaceli kakuhle nguphepha ke 1191.
I just want to put you in the picture. The conversation was, the respondent asked you, are you quick to melt? And then you replied to say, depends. And then he replied to you, are you still thinking? And he replied to your word, depends. And he said, on. That is on 1190. And then on 1191, you replied to the on by replying to say, oven temperature.
Xa siyijonga ke ibiqale le ncoko apha ku1190 apho ekubuzile into kuba ungabe ukhawuleza unyibilike na impendulo yakho yathi iyaxhomekeka wabuza yena uba usacinga wathi wena iyaxhomekeka ukuba phezu kwantoni sadlula seza ke apha lo phezu kwantoni ubumphendulile apha ke ku1731 iphepha ngu1191 wathi wena xhomekeka kubushushu beoven.
Ewe ndiyaqonda.
Yes, I understand.
Now, how did you understood the conversation between yourself and the JP? What was it about?
Ingaba incoko yakho naye uJP le ncoko ibikhona kuni nobabini uyibuyiqonda ukuba ingantoni?
Maybe I should rephrase it. What was the conversation that you understood the respondent was talking about?
Okanye mandiyibeke ngolhlobo ndithi le ncoko yenu ubuyiqonda ukuba ingantoni wena?
Ndibonile uba inabo uburheletya enabo.
I noticed that it does have an element of debauchery.
What?
I hope I'm pronouncing this word right. Debauchery.
And then your reply, this is where the confusion is. Your reply is, it depends on oven temperature.
Ngoku ke impendulo yakho ithetha ngobushushu beoven.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
What did you mean by oven temperature? That reply.
Ubuthetha ukuthini ngale mpendulo ethetha ngobushushu beoven?
Bendithetha ngalento mna bendiyenza pha endlini uba istovu awukwazi upheka kuso singekho shushu.
I was talking about what I was busy at that particular time in the house, that you are not able to cook on a stove that is not hot.
And now this is where the confusion is. Why did you reply by saying something that you were doing on something of another nature? If you understand what I'm saying. Your reply, you have to explain to us the reason for your reply.
Yabona ke ngoku sijongene nokubhideka kwale mpendulo yakho ukuba yintoni ebangela into ukuba unikezele impendulo ekumila kunje kube kuthethwa ngenye into ithanda ukusibhida ke ngokuthi uba ngasusicaciselwa bekutheni uzofike kule mpendulo.
Ngoba i-conversation okanye intetha le besinayo ndiyibonile uba inoburheletya.
This is because the conversation that we had, I noticed now that it has an element of debauchery.
Ndabe ke ndingafuni ukungena okanye ndi-entertaine le nto ithethwayo.
And as a result, I did not want to entertain or be part of this conversation.
Ndakhetha ke uthetha ngale nto ndiyenza apha endlini.
I therefore chose to rather talk about what I am busy currently doing in the house.
And then also your reply on 1732. You replied to a message of the respondent where he said, if you happen to have melted step 1, you replied by saying it would mean the marinade worked before the heat. Can you also explain that response of yours?
Waphinda ke waphendula phaya kuphepha 1191 ixesha ibingu 1732 apho ke yena ebethumele into ethi ukuba kwenzekile wanyibilika inyathelo lokuqala yabingumbuzo waphendula ke wena wathi izawuthetha ukuthi ukuba ke isebenzile indaba yokunongwa kwenyama ngaphambi kobushushu. Khawuphinda usicacisele into yoba ubuthetha ukuthini ngale mpendulo.
Ndiphendule njalo.
I responded in that manner.
Ngoba ngela xesha bendisenza inyama yabe ndiza kuyifaka kwi-oven. Mna bendingafuna ukuphendula lento yena athetha ngayo. Bendingafuna umnika satisfaction.
I responded in this manner because I chose to speak about what I was doing at that particular time because I was busy marinating the meat, and also I did not want to entertain or respond to what he asked.
Satisfaction, ukwanelisa.
Or rather, I did not want to give him any satisfaction.
So I just want to make sure we understand each other. Was there any hidden message behind your replies, or did you mean the literal meaning of the words?
Ndifuna nje uqonda kule ndawo ingaba zikhona ezinye impendulo ezizezinye bezifihlakele okanye impendulo ibifihlakele ngapha kwale mpendulo yakho okanye wena ubuthetha njengayo yona njengokuba ibhaliwe.
Andikhumbuli bikhona enye ngaphambi kwale.
I do not recall of any other besides this one.
I'm saying the meaning behind your replies, these two replies, did it have a hidden meaning, or was it the literal words that you used, that what you meant?
Mamela ke. Ufuna uqonda uba le mpendulo umnike yona apha ithetha ngenyama enongwayo ngaphambi kokuba ubushushu bube khona. Ubuthetha lento kuphela na okanye ikhona enye into engenye ubuyithethe ngapha kwalesi ibonayo?
Bendithetha ngale nto mna ndiyibhalileyo.
No, I was talking about what I had written down.
You were not using any parables.
Ubungasebenzisi mhlawumbi indlela yokuthetha ejikelezayo inganqali ngqo kule nto othetha ngayo.
Hayi.
No, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think we can then move on to the 17th of June. That is then on page 1196 of volume 3. On that morning, the respondent initiated
1196.
Thank you. On that morning, the respondent again initiated a conversation with you after you stopped conversing with him the previous night. How did that conversation start? I see it was in the evening, 1938. Can we also get the translation of that message?
Siyabona ke emveni kwencoko yokugqibela yangomhla we-16 kuJune kuye kusuku olandelayo nge-17 zika June ku-2021 wakuthumela yena i-message okanye umyalezo uJP apha othi ixesha ibingu-1938 kwiphepha 1196 kuthiwa anizikhweli. It is said to be that you are not going to work. If I may mention, Chair, this is figurative speech because when someone says kuthiwa anizikhweli, if we were to direct translate, it would be saying, it is said that you are not riding. But in this context, we are not really talking about the figurative meaning, but rather the interpreting of it says, it is said that to be you are not going to work.
Ndiyayibona lo message.
Yes, I see the message.
Did you go to work that night at 7:30 that evening?
Uyile emsebenzini ngoba busuku ngo7:30 ebusuku.
Ndiyile kuba there was an urgent application.
Yes, I did. Besikhona ke isicelo esiye sangena esingxamileyo.
How did the respondent know that you went to work?
Uyaze njani ke lo ummangaleleyo into kokuba wena uye emsebenzini?
Ndiphendule kwi-message le ayithumeleyo yena uba kuthiwa anizikhweli.
I responded to his message that he had sent that it is said to be that you are not going to work.
Yeah, I'm asking you, how did he know that you are at work? Because why did he ask you this?
Ndifuna uqonda kuba uyaze njani okokuba ithini into yakho nokuya emsebenzini ukuze abe uyakwazi ukufikelela ukubuza lo mbuzo. Uyaze njani?
Ngale date kwakukho i-protests, taxi drivers protests in Grahamstown.
On the date in question, there was a taxi drivers protest that was taking place in Grahamstown.
Babevale indlela ke yiyo lento athi kuthiwa anizikhweli. Babengafuni mntu uya emsebenzini nakowuphi na.
They had closed off the roads, not wanting anyone that would go to work. Hence the above message of it is said that you are not going to work because the taxis didn't want anyone going to work.
Yayinto ke leyo eyaziwa okanye ebonwa ngumuntu wonke ngoba yayisezindabeni.
That is something that came to the knowledge of everyone else in that it was even publicized on the news.
Okay, but I still don't understand because you're not supposed to go to work at 7:30 in the evening.
Sorry to interrupt you, Advocate Skippers. There is nothing, as far as I can see, there is nothing in the message from the GP which suggests that he knows that she is at work.
I understand. So he was just telling you that you should not go at work, and then you replied 7:50 that evening, 1953, to say, I'm at work, two urgents. I don't know that M&A, what that means.
Waphendula ke wena ngo-1953 kulam nto yakhe beyithethe sithi kuthiwa nizikhweli wathi wena ndisemsebenzini mna wathi awugqiba wagqibela ngelithi zimbini ezingxamisekileyo. The translation of mna will be myself.
Ewe ndiphendule kanjalo ndandisedyuthini kwela xesha.
Yes, that is how I responded. I was on duty at the time.
Ukutyebisela kabanzi ke xa usedyuthini ingathi gqi i-urgent application nangeliphi ixesha xa ngabe i-directive isithi mayiviwe lo metha ngelo xesha noba kungo-12 o'clock midnight.
When you are on duty, likelihood is that any urgent application can come up anytime, even if it's 12 midnight, and when the directive says that particular matter should be attended to, you will have to attend to it no matter the time.
Thank you. So at this stage, the conversation was work-related, is that correct?
Ngeli xesha ke ngoku incoko imayelana nomsebenzi kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And then the respondent replied to your reply that you are at work by posting a picture of a person inhaling an inhaler.
Waphendula ke yena ekuthumela umfanekiso womuntu ke osebenzisa inqawa le yesifuba.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
As well as the exclamation "yo," that we now know that it means "yo" in all the languages. And then I see there's a video that the respondent forwarded to you at 1954. Can you remember what that video was about, or are you not possible to remember? Is it not possible to remember?
Walandelisa ke ngokhuza eligama ke lokhuzeli siyalazi balingena macala omabini isilungwini nasesintwini. Kwalandela ke kodwa ivideo esiyibonayo apha ngo1954. Usakhumbula ukuba yayingantoni le video?
Ewe ndiyayikhumbula.
Yes, I recall.
What was that video about?
Yayingantoni?
Yayivideo le yalangqushungqushu yayisenziwa ngonoteksi kwizitalato zaseRhini ngela xesha.
This video was about the very protest chaos that was caused by the taxi drivers in Grahamstown on that day.
So we can say that that is also still work-related because he wanted to show you how the protest actions are going.
Singatsho sithi nayo ke le ibinento okwenza nomsebenzi kube befuna ba ukwazi ubona okokuba le ngqishungqishu nesisiphithiphithi senzwayo ukwenzeka ntoni.
Ewe ndingatsho.
Yes, I would say so.
And then your reply to that, I think I know what it means, but if we can get the translation for that.
Mpendulo yakho ke apha ku1955 yathi beku rough, it means it was rough.
Ewe diphendule ngolo hlobo.
Yes, that's how I responded.
And what does that mean?
Ithetha ukuthini?
Ithetha ukuthi bekunzima kuba
It means it was very difficult because
bebekhona nangaphanga se-high court aba bantu bengafuni mntu abambonayo ongaphakathi okanye ongaphandle.
because there were even some of these protesters, they were close to the High Court. They did not want to see anyone inside the High Court or outside the High Court.
All right, and then I see the conversation goes on about the work. It's all work-related, even on 1197. And then at 20:07, you replied to the respondent to say, chat later, still busy at work. So at 8 o'clock that evening, you were still busy at work.
Kuyaqhubekeka ke incoko apha isenento kwenza ke futhi nomsebenzi apha kuphepha u1197 apha ngo2007 ubhalile apha wathi sawube siphinde sithe utshilo wena wathi masibuye sithethe ndisaxakekile apha emsebenzini.
Ewe ndiphendule kanjalo.
Yes, I responded in that manner.
And then when you got home, at 21:17, you informed the respondent, I just got home. Why did you do that?
Kanti ke siyabona apho bango 21:17 uye wambhalela wena umyalezo ochaza into yoba ndisanda ufika endlini. Kutheni lento uye wamazisa uba uyisanda ukufika endlini?
Ndimazisela uba kwi-message engentla kuleyo yena ebendijonga uba sendifikile na endlini lento athumele abazethi abathumeleleyo abathetha uba ndilele na.
I responded in this manner because in his message depicted on 21:14 he had sent me the 4Z letters, which means whether one is sleeping. I therefore notified him that I just got home because of that above message.
And I then see you also said that you will start early again the next morning at 5 with the urgent application.
Siyabona ke ngoku kwakhona into yoba uye wamchazela into yokuba uzawuphinda uqalise kwakhona ngentsimbi yesihlanu ngentseni kusuku olulandelayo.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you turn to page 1198, if you turn to page 1198,
Before you go there, just for the benefit of some of us, the message of 1197, 20. Thank you.
And just again, once more to note, Nakuba is inclusive of plural, not specifically to one individual.
Okay. And 2007.
2007 on page 1197. At least today, they didn't come near the court. It's abbreviations.
No, I think it's the next one.
Oh, the next one.
The
Oh,
cause-out one.
pardon me. The next one on 2007, it says ndivile. It means I heard.
Twenty-one, 20.
2120, once more, Judge, it's just an exclamation of shock. If I were to verbalize it, yo.
Sorry, you can proceed on your page 1198.
Thank you, Chair. Then the conversation continued to be work-related up until 2127, the message from the respondent. If we can get the translation of that as well.
On page 1198, time 2127, just under, oh, now I understand, 2127 says, besindawoni last night. The word besindawoni, where were we last night?
Ewe ndiyayibona lo message.
Yes, I see that message.
And it continues, where were we last night? We were warming up, question mark. And then can you just explain to us what your response means at 2127?
Uye waphendula ke wena emveni kokuba ebekubuzile uba besindawoni kanene phezolo. Besisazama nje ukuzifudumeza, waphendula wena apha wathi hayibo usabuyela apho. Naba nkawana ke bavale imbuso zabo ngezandla. Khawusicacisela uba ithetha ukuthini ke le mpendulo yakho?
Ewe ndiphendula ngolo hlobo and ukuthi hayibo ibingumothuko uba usabuyela kulaa nto yayizolo na ngoba khange ayifumane le mpendulo beyifuna izolo.
I responded in this manner in this question, and the word haibo was an exclamation out of shock that you are still going back to that with the little monkeys that are covering their faces. Is this because now he did not get what he wanted yesterday already?
And then he replied to you to say, purely because we were about to land.
Waphendula ke kuwe sithi yena biseyicacile noko into okuba ngoba besesiza kufika okanye besesiza kugxidika.
Ewe uphendule kanjalo.
Yes, he responded in that manner.
And then can you please explain to us what your response to that means at 21:28?
Khawusicacisele kuba impendulo yakho apha ku-21:28 ithetha ukuthini ngoba uthe apha yazi ba i-exhaustion is extreme senzolala kuba ndizawuvuka usalele wena.
Ewe nditshilo isizathu esibangela uba nditsho loo nto yinto uba bendidikiwe ile ncoko yakhe yangentla.
Yes, I responded in this manner, and the reason to that, it was because I was annoyed by his conversation above. If I may just proceed in translating what's written on page 1198, time 21:28. You know, exhaustion is extreme. I am about to sleep because I will wake up whilst you will still be sleeping.
Why did you respond in this way? I know you said now that you were annoyed, but what did you try to do with this response?
Ndikuvileke uba ubususithi ubudikiwe yile ncoko yakhe ingasentla kodwa ndisafuna uqonda okokuba kutheni uye waphendula ngolu hlobo uphendule ngalo.
Bendifuna ulala bendidiniwe.
I wanted to sleep, I was tired.
I'm asking you, what did you mean by this response? Why did you respond in this way, this fashion?
Uyabuza ukuba yintoni ebangele uba uphendule ngolu hlobo. Buthetha ukuthini xa umphendula ngale ndlela?
Bendimgwexa bendithetha uba makandiyeke.
I was sarcastic and I was saying to him he must just leave me alone.
Did he leave you alone that night? If you turn to page 1199.
Asijonga ke ngokapha kuphepha ku1199 ude wabeke uyakuyeka ke ngokwenene.
Kangaqalisa.
He did not even begin with.
Then I want to ask you about your reply on 21:28.
Ndifuna ukukubuza ke ngoku ngempendulo yakho le elapha kwiphepha 1199 ngo21:28.
Ewe.
Yes.
You replied to the message from the respondent where he said, purely because we were about to land. You replied with 4 laughing face emojis.
Impendulo yakho kulento ebeyithethile yokokuba kungoba kaloku besesizawugxidika wena waphendula ngaba nodolazana bane bahlekayo.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you reply to that message of his?
Kutheni uye waphendula ngolu hlobo kulomyalezo?
Ndiphendule ngokuhleka and bendiqonda uba andifuni ndiyayazi uba uzawuphinda abuyele mandimphendule ndimsote out ndimbeke ecaleni umbuzo kwangoko.
I responded with laughing emojis because I knew that he would come back. I should therefore sort him out and place his question aside.
And then he replied to your,
Uqala, Ms. Skippers.
Pardon,
Yes?
Ms. Gibbert?
Esinye isizathu besibangela uba ndiphendule ngeza emoji kukusebenzisa kwakhe uquko kulaa nto ayibhale phaa asebenzise uwi.
Another reason for me to reply to his message in that manner with these emojis, it is the fact that he made use of the plural word, we.
so why did you laugh when he used the word we?
Uhlekele ntoni ke wena xa equka esebenzisa igama eliqukayo?
Ndihlekiswa into uba nam uyandifaka kuloo nto uba we were about to land ibe ingeyonyani loo nto.
I laughed because he is also including me in this idea of we were about to land, which is not true.
Thanks.
Excuse me. When you interpret, if it is, the sentence is in isiXhosa, right? Interpret it for us first. Even before she goes to give an answer, because if you don't do that, we don't know what it means, and then she goes on to give an answer, and you interpret the answer. We don't know. We may know the answer, but not an answer to what, if you know what I mean.
I understand.
So that procedure is very important.
Apologies, Judge,
Yes.
that's noted.
We must understand what is being said first,
Yes.
before moving to the question or the answer.
Certainly.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, then at 21:28 on 1199, the respondent replied to your message about the fact that you are exhausted and you're going to sleep now. He then replied to say that he's going to wake up at 2 a.m. to write a judgment. Do you see that?
Apha kwiphepha 1199 ixesha ngu-21:28 uphendule kulaa nto yakho ubuyithethile into kokuba ukudinwa oku kuninzi so uzawulala wena ngoba uzawuvuka yena esalele. Waphendula ke yena esithi uzawuvuka ngentsimbi yesibini kuba ezawuthi abhale ke isigqibo kwelo tyala ebesebenza kulo. Uyayibona le mpendulo?
Ewe ndiyayibona.
Yes, I see.
Then you replied with 3 emoji faces. The eyes are open wide. And then you said that you will wake up at 3:30. That is now at 21:29.
Waphendula ke wena ngoku ngaba nalodolazana banamehlo bakhupha amehlo amakhulu bathathu. Yena wabuya nempendulo ethi uzawuvuka hayi wena wathi uzawuvuka wena ngo 3:30 ekseni.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Why did you reply to that?
Kutheni uye waphendula pha?
Ndiphendule kuba ethe uzaba une-judgment ekufuneke ibhalile.
I responded because he mentioned that he has a judgment that he needs to write.
Kodwa usenexesha lokuthetha nami ezinto azithethayo endaweni yoba afunde apreparation i-judgment.
But he still has time to talk to me about things that he's talking to me about instead of preparing for the judgment that he is to write.
Is that the reply with the 3 phases? Is that what you meant by that?
Ubuthetha loo nto ngaba nodolazana bakhupha amehlo amakhulu apha?
Ewe.
Yes.
Then why did you tell him what time you are going to wake up?
Kwaze kwathini ke ngokuwena umxelele into yoba nawe ke uzawuvuka ngentseni ngo-3:30 ekseni?
Bendisenzela into yoba ndizokwazi ulala naye alale okanye abe bhizi yenye into azaba bhizi yiyo andiyeke.
I was doing so that I could sleep, he can also sleep, and he can continue being busy with whatever else he needed to be busy with and leave me alone.
But he did not stop talking to you, is that correct?
Kodwa akayekanga ukuthetha nawe kunjani?
Khangaqalisa.
He did not even begin.
And I want to turn to page 1200. There is quite a number of messages that was deleted by the respondent. And they are part of your initial claim, if you can remember well.
Initial
Claim that the initial complaint. Can you remember what those messages were about?
Siyabona ke apha kwiphepha 1200 uba ikhona imiyalezo apha emininzi ecinyiweyo lento ke ibiyinxalenye yezikhalazo zakho. Usakhumbula?
Ewe ndayibona.
Yes, I see it.
Can you remember what the messages was that was deleted?
Usayikhumbula le miyalezo yacimekayo? Okanye le miyalezo ibilapha icinyiweyo?
Andiyikhumbuli yonke.
I don't recall all of them.
What do you recall?
Ukhumbula ntoni?
Can I just have a moment, please?
I see she's emotional now, Chair.
Yes, while she's sipping some water, perhaps I should have indicated earlier on after some discussion with members of the tribunal that we have structured things in such a way that we would stop at 11 o'clock for a tea break, from 11 to 11:15, instead of people haphazardly, with some justification, asking for some adjournment. And when 11 o'clock comes, please remind me so that we stop for 15 minutes. Ms. Mengo, have you taken a sip of some water?
Enkosi Chair, ndirayithi ngoko.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm fine now.
Thank you. Can you start, and slowly, can you remember some of those messages that were deleted and explain to us one by one, which you can remember?
Ungangxami ke uthi chu. Uba usazikhumbula okanye uba usayikhumbula le miyalezo icinyiweyo usixelele ngomyalezo ngamnye ube mnye ngexesha.
Le iphezulu andisayikhumbuli.
The top one I'm not able to remember.
The second top one, that is.
Ephi le okanye le?
1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay. The second one from the top, rather, correction, Chair. The second one from the top, I cannot remember.
The time is 2130.
Thank you.
Yes, you may continue.
Lena yesithathu, which is 2132.
The third one, timed 2132 from the top.
Yayi private party yakhe enoboya njengezanwele zakhe sentloko.
It was his private part with hair exactly the same color of his hair on his head.
Was it a video? Was it a photo? Can you explain to us what type of message was this?
Ingaba yi-video okanye ilifoto luhlobo lento enjani le?
Yayi picture.
It was a picture.
And kuyo kuyacaca uba wayeme phezu kwe-tubercle ye-topi.
And in the picture, it was clear that he was standing above the toilet cubicle.
You could not see the person on the picture's face, is that correct?
Ubungakwazanga ke ngokubona ubuso bakhe lo muntu apha kwelifoto.
Kwakungekho buso.
No, there was no face.
Was it only the picture, or was there an inscription underneath the picture as well?
Ingaba ibingumfanekiso nje wodwa kungekho sihloko okanye nto ecacisayo?
Bekungekho caption.
There was no caption.
But I see at the same time stamp, 2132, there was another message following that one that you say that you can remember, with the letters BJ equals with a question mark.
Ndiyabona ke apha emveni kwalo myalezo ugqiba kucacisa uba kukhona umyalezo yewangena kubhaliwe apha kunobumba uB nonobumba uJ ibe nalento ke ingu equal ngesilungu phindi ibe noluphawu libuzayo ixesha ngu2132.
Ewe ndayibona.
Yes, I see it.
What does that mean? Do you know?
Bithetha ukuthini ke lento? Uyayazi?
Ewe ndiyayazi uBJ uba uthetha uthini.
Yes, I know what BJ means.
What does it mean?
Ithetha ntoni?
Ithetha blow job.
It means blow job.
Did you reply to that message?
Uphenduli. Pardon?
Did you reply to the two messages?
Uphendulile kule miyalezo mibini?
Andikhumbuli ndiphendula.
I don't remember responding.
In the screenshot that you took here, I see that there was no reply directly after that one. Did you delete any replies of yours to that messaging before you took the screenshot?
Njengoba sibona apho ukuba usebenzise ifoni yakho masukuyifota lencoko ingaba zikhona impendulo zakho kanye impendulo othe wayinikezela wena apha kulento wathi ugqiba wayisusa?
Andidelethanga nto andikhumbuli ndiphendula.
I did not delete anything and I do not recall responding.
I see there's 3 messages following that one that was also deleted. Can you recall any of those?
Ndiyabona ke apho uba kukhona eminye imiyalezo mithathu eye yalandela le besigqiba kuyikhankanya ngasentla. Usakhumbula nokuba ngowuphi na umyalezo kule mithathu ke ngoku ecinyiweyo?
The 2133, both of those that were sent at 2133 and Skhumbuli.
The 2133, 2 of these, I do not recall them.
Eyokugqibela ke u20 le bithunyelwe ngo2134.
The last one, however, the one that was sent at 2134,
yayindikhumbuza uba ndingalibali ucima udelete.
it was reminding me that I should not forget to delete.
And you reply to that to say not to worry about that.
Waphendula ke wena kuleyo wathi ungakhathazeki ngaleyo walandelisa ngalanodolazana utyobo zimehlo.
Ewe kunjalo ndaphendula ngolo hlobo.
Yes, that is correct. That's how I responded.
Now you say you cannot remember what those messages was about that was deleted. In your claim, complaint, you did use stickers, and it's the disputed stickers. It was marked H1 and H2. Can you remember that? If you go to volume 1, what page is this now? Page 36.
Sizawujonga ke apha ke ngoku kumqulu lo wesikhalazo sakho ku volume 1 iphepha ngu36. Is it 36, advocate?
Page 36.
Sijonge ke phaya iphawuliwe ngonobumba u-H ngu-H1 no-H2.
36.
36, Judge.
Ewe ndayibona.
I've got it.
You indicated in your complaint that those messages that's depicted on the bottom of this page are those messages that were deleted. Is that correct?
Uchilo ke ngethuba sijonge phaya kwiphepha u1200 kuba ngile miyalezo le icinyiweyo. Kunjalo?
Ewe kunjalo.
That is correct, yes.
And it's quite explicit pictures that was sent to you. Is that correct?
Imifanekiso noko emasikizi le oyithunyelelweyo. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
It's of a pornographic nature.
Iveza ke noko ukuhambaze kwabantu. Kunjalo?
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Now, I need you to explain because this is why it is disputed.
Ndifuna ucacise ke ngoba nasi isizathu esibangela into kokuba iphikiswe.
The way it is depicted on this page is not like in the previous pages that we went through for the past 3 days, where it's on the screenshot. If I can put it like that. It's underneath And it's a gallery. It looks like a gallery, the sticker gallery that is open here. Is that correct?
Kungoba ngaphambili xa besiye siveze umyalezo ye wacinywa besiye sikwazi ukubona xa wenze lanto yokufota ngefoni sithi si screenshot ke ngokwesilungu. Ngoku xa sijonga kweli iphepha ibonakala ngathi le mifanekiso yinxalenye yemifanekiso kwimifanekiso ekhoyo kunomyayi lowo. Yayiva ne?
Ewe ndiyakuva and ndiyaqonda.
I understand you, yes.
All right. Explain to the panel how this page come about. How did you manage to put this, with a lack of better words, how did this get onto this page? Just explain that to the panel.
Khawusicacisele ke into kokuba ukwaze njani ukwazi ukuba lento sithetha ngayo le yale mifanekiso ukwazi ukuba ibe khona kweli phepha. Wenze njani?
Let's start with, for instance, H1. Let's take it as, picture by picture. How did you receive that picture and from whom?
Umzekelo masiqale ngale umfanekiso ongu H1. Uyifumene njani okanye ufumene njani lo mfanekiso ufumana kubani?
Lo mfanekiso uthunyelwe kum ethunyelwa nguJudge President of the Eastern Cape.
This picture was sent to me by the Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
Yes, can you stop there? Because
It's
it's not even clear to me which picture we're talking about. Maybe we'll understand better when we come back at 11:15. It's almost 11 o'clock. We adjourn, we'll come back 11:15. Before we go, before we adjourn, there have been, because these hearings have been in public, the media past few days, 2 days, asked for the series of WhatsApp messages that we had dealt with at the end of that particular day. And then because of the public nature of the hearing, we didn't feel that they should be denied that anyway. Just as a matter of caution, this picture, if it's a picture at all, or there are pictures at all, that we're dealing with on H1 and H2, have not yet, are not to be released to the media until the tribunal rules otherwise. I just want to make that, because it may well be that because of the previous practice, once you have dealt with certain WhatsApp messages that were given to the media, we do not want this part by accident to be given to the media. So let's meet 11:15. Thank you. Yes, Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. Just to come back to where we stopped before the adjournment, we were on page 36 of volume 1. And
sibuyela ke kuphepha u36 wobungqina obudityanisiweyo ku volume 1.
And we have established that these pictures were pictures that was deleted previously. And you are going to explain to us the reason it is depicted the way it is depicted on this page. Is that correct?
Sivelela ke ngoku umcimbi wemiyalezo kanye yamafoto okanye imifanekiso eye yacinywa uzosicacisela kuba kwenzeke kanjani okubana sibe sifumana kulena indawo kunjalo.
Ewe kunjalo.
That is correct.
So if we go to H1 on the left bottom of page 36, that picture, can you explain to the panel from who did you receive that picture?
Sicela ke usichazele okokuba lo mfanekiso kanye ulapha ezantsi ekoneni kwicala lase left ngokwephepha eli ufumene kubani lo mfanekiso?
Lo mfanekiso ndiwufumene ku Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
This picture I received from the Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
In what format did you receive this picture?
Uyifumene into emile njani?
Ndifumene isisticker esine movement.
I received it in a form of a sticker that has a movement.
So if you can just explain to us, it's a sticker that has movement. Is it the same as a video or what is the position? Just explain to us.
Uthi esi sticker sine movement ngokwamazwi wakho siyashukuma. Ingaba luhlobo esingathi yivideo okanye lifoto nje?
Meaning when someone sends you a video, is it in the same format or is it different?
Okanye singathi xa umuntu athi akuthumele ivideo into enjalo?
Ivideo yona xa uyijonga okanye uyicofa inendawo ethi play okanye uba mayidlale yona lesi sticker.
No, a video would have a place where you are allowed to press play for it to play. But this particular one is a sticker.
So explain to us, a video has a play button. What happens with a sticker?
Ivideo ke njengobuchilo inendawo apho uzawuthi ucofe khona ukuzidlale. Kwenzeka ntoni ke ngokungale isisticker yona?
Uyifumana kwakho lesi sticker ukuba ngaba idatha yakho mhlawumbi ayikhawulezi.
Once you receive the sticker and if your data does not go quicker,
or transmission is not quicker.
okay, or rather let's say if the transmission does not go quicker,
iba ne error ebonisayo ba klika kuyo izokwazi uba downloaded fully.
it will then have an arrow that will show where you can press so that it can be downloaded in full.
Uklika kula arrow ke
You would then click on the arrow.
Itsho ibonise ke intshukumo leyo.
Then it will show the movement.
Lento yale arrow ndicela uyongeza ayenzeki okokoko.
If I may add, on this error issue, it does not happen continuously.
What do you mean by that?
Uthetha ukuthini ngalonto?
Njengoba benditshilo idependa kwi-transmission ukuba ngaba idatha yakho kanye iWi-Fi yakho iyakhawuleza uzayifumana without la arrow, kodwa ukuba iyacotha inetwork yakho la arrow uzayifumana so that izoba fully downloaded.
As I've mentioned this initially, that if your transmission is not quicker, then you will be required to press on the arrow to download. Unless your data is quicker, it will then download the sticker so that you are able to press on it.
Esi sticker ke usifumana kwakho.
Once you've then received the sticker or downloaded the sticker,
I-movement ibakho kwangoko.
the movement is then immediately there.
You press okanye ucofa apha phakathi naphakathi kule image okanye kwesi sticker.
You press in the middle or on the sticker itself.
Itsho ikunike i-options ezintathu.
It will therefore give you 3 options.
Eyokuqala ke neyoni iye yabaluleka nebalulekileyo kobubungqina ndibunikezayo.
The first one, which is the most important in the evidence that I'm giving,
Ile iti add to your favorites.
it's the one that says add to your favorites.
Itsho ke ihlale kwigalari yezitickers ka-WhatsApp wakho.
Then it will remain in the gallery of your stickers of your WhatsApp app.
I just want to make sure that we are all understanding what you are saying. So if your data is in order and your transmission is in order, do I understand you correctly that the sticker downloads automatically?
Ukuba ngabana idatha yakho imi ngobume bayo netransition yakho ayinakwa ngxaki, isticker esi sivele sibe siyangena kakuhle.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Thank you. So now you received this.
That done, would it then automatically go to gallery?
Xa kwenzeke kanjalo izawuvela isuka iziyele kwigalari.
Xa ndicofe elaqhosha bendithetha ngalo mhlalo elithi add to your favorites, izawuhamba ke ngoku iyohlala pha izisavele pha.
When I have pressed on the option that I mentioned earlier that says add to your favorites, only when I've pressed that, it will then go to my WhatsApp gallery and remain there.
Thank you.
And just for clarity, is that WhatsApp gallery the same as the gallery on your phone where all your pictures, for instance, are saved? When you take photos?
Ingaba le ndawo sithetha ngayo ke ezawuthi igcineke kuyo lento yesi sticker yile ndawo ifanayo nqwa nale ndawo ugcina kuyo amafoto wakho apha efonini?
WhatsApp gallery uhlukile kwigallery ye pictures zam.
No, the WhatsApp gallery is different from the gallery of my pictures.
And is it a gallery of all pictures or is it a gallery specifically for stickers?
Ingaba yindawo yemifanekiso yonke okanye yindawo yemifanekiso ezistickers kuphela.
Le sithetha ngayo indawo yemifanekiso yezistickers kuphela.
The one we are talking about, it's only a gallery for stickers only.
Maybe just also for completeness, why would one save, I'm not talking about specifically this ones. When you receive a sticker and you save it on your gallery, why would you do that in normal circumstances?
Nangona ke asithethi ngaisi istika ngoku kodwa into nebangela into bana xa uthe wafumana istika esi uvele uyosisave okanye uyosigcina istickers isenza into
Ngelinye ixesha ke iba zistickers ezihlekisayo okanye mhlambi ezidescribe lomo wena ucinga ba nawe ikhe ikwehlele mhlambi umuntu athi good night if nginganikeza umzekelo.
Sometimes it's a sticker that would describe the mood you're in or something that you might have been experiencing at that particular time. If I may give an example, when one perhaps would say good night, if I may give an example.
Sikhona istika esibonisa umuntu oleleyo and then phezu kwaso kukho igama elithe good night. Ungasisebenzisa ke xa uthumelela umuntu wokuthi good night endaweni yoba uthumela imessage uyitype uthi good night kulo muntu usebenzisa sa sticker qha.
The good night sticker, to give it a clear picture, it has someone who is lying on a bed with above them there's the word good night. One is able to send that particular sticker to someone with the intention to say good night to them instead of you typing out the word in a message form to say good night.
Thank you. So now you received this H1 from the respondent. What did you do when you received it?
What, pardon?
You received H1. What did you do when you received it?
Ufumana ke ngoku esi sticker apha kuye wenze ntoni wena emveni koba ufumene esi sticker kuye?
Ndicofe ngelihlobo ndigqiba lucacisa ndatsho ndasaseyiveka apha ku WhatsApp wam.
I pressed in the exact same manner that I've just initially explained, and it was saved on my WhatsApp.
When you say you pressed, like you explained, what did you press?
Awusithi uye wacofa kanye ngolhlobo ubucacise ngalo sifuna ukwazi ba ucofe ndoni.
Ndicofe esi sticker apha phezu kwaso. You long press on it for a second or two.
I pressed on the sticker, held it down for a second or two.
Utsho kuveleza options ke ngoku zintathu bendithetha ngazo.
Then the three options will then appear, the ones I mentioned earlier.
Ndacofa ke add to your favorites or to my favorites.
Then I picked or chose the option that says add to my favorites.
H2, that is the second one from the left on the bottom. From who did you receive H2?
Lo wesibini ke umfanekiso apha ophawulwe ngo H2 ufumene kubani wona?
H2 ndimfumene ku Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
H2 I received from the Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
What did you do after you received it?
Wenze ntoni ngayo emveni kokuba uyifumene?
Ndiye ndacofa phaa kuyo for imizuzwana okanye long press for a second or two, ndayiseva ke ngokuthi ndikhethe la option number 1 othi add to my favorites.
I pressed on it, held it down for a second or two, then it gave me the option of add to my favorites. I chose that, then it was saved to my WhatsApp.
Did you manage to take a screenshot of these two stickers when you received it in the conversation?
Ukwazile ke ukwenza lento ebesithe ngesilungu si-screenshots ukufota kwangefowuni lento ifumeneyo yale miyalezo kanye le mifanekiso?
Hayi, ngelishwa andikwazanga.
No, unfortunately I could not.
Why not?
Ngoba
Kuba ndithe xa ndijonga kulaa conversation sele icinyiwe.
because when I looked back into the conversation, it was already deleted.
Then explain to the panel what did you try to do on page 36 when you took this screenshot and how did you do that?
Khawusicacisele ke ukuba wenze ntoni apha kuphepha u36 ngethuba uzama ukuthatha i-screenshots usenzela ntoni?
Page 36.
On page 36,
La conversation iphaya ayinanto yakwenza neza stickers zingu H1 no H2.
on page 36, the conversation that is depicted there has nothing to do with the stickers marked H1 and H2.
Into pha ebendizama ukuyibonisa ngoku bendithatha i-screenshot.
What I was trying to show when I was taking the screenshots
Kukubonisa into kokuba ezi stickers ndizifumene ku-Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
it was to show that these stickers, I have received them from the Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
All right, you said that the conversation depicted on the screenshot has nothing to do with the stickers. Explain to us why did you then take the picture of this, the screenshot on this conversation?
Uthi ke le ncoko ilapha kweli phepha ayinanto kwenza nezi stickers. Kodwa ke khawusicacisele into yoba bekutheni uze uthathe i-screenshot salento.
Bendifuna kubonakale u-H1 no H2.
I wanted H1 and H2 to be depicted,
Not specifically referring kule ncoko ibonakala kule page.
not specifically referring to the chat that is depicted on the screenshot.
Just to clarify any confusion that there might be, why did you use this conversation then?
Ukuzama nje ukucacelwa khona ukuze kungabikho ukubhidana. Utheni lento uye wasebenzisa le incoko kule ndawo?
Ngeli xesha bendithatha ezi screenshot okanye ngokuya bendibhala besendikule ncoko ibonakala kweli phepha.
At the time I was taking the screenshots or writing, I was already on the conversation that is showing on this page.
So it was for convenience sake because you were already there, you took the screenshot there.
So, ithetha ukuthi loo nto iye yakwazi ukuba ikusebenzele ngoba bisele ikhona ukwazi uba uyigcine ngolu hlobo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
All right, then also just explain the procedure, what you had to do in order to depict these stickers on this page. How did you go about? Do you understand my question?
Khawutsho ukuba wenze njani ukuze ukwazi into kokuba kweli phepha ingakumbi eli sithetha ngalo ukwazi ukubonakala uba kuvele nezi stikazi zivelayo apha wenze njani?
Pha ku WhatsApp
On the WhatsApp app,
kukho i-emoji esecaleni on your left okanye ekhohlo.
there is an emoji that is either on your left or on your right.
No, it's ekhohlo. It's
On your left.
Isi screen sakho se phone sijonge kuwe la emoji izokuba se left, sometimes iba emoji, sometimes ikubonisa uba yi-keyboard. Apho unokwazi ucofa khona ijike ke ngoku ikunika i-keyboard yobhala okanye yo texta.
It's the emoji would be on your left. If your phone is facing you, then there will be an option of having an emoji or a keyboard, which is the keyboard is giving you an option of if you want to type, you can type. If you want to put on an emoji, you put on an emoji.
Kwicala langase right njengoba le emoji kukho i-block emhlophe apha kuyo.
On the right hand side, kwicala le emoji.
I-emoji njengoba isekhohlo
As the emoji is on your left,
kukho nayo le emoji kule block imhlophe isecala kwale block imhlophe le wena uba ufuna ubhala imessage utayipha kuyo apha ku WhatsApp.
there's also a white block that will give you an option of typing if you want to type.
Ize kwicala langasekunene
Then on your right hand side,
kukho into engathi yi-money clip.
there is something that looks like a money clip in picture.
Xa ke ngoku ufuna ukusebenzisa i-sticker ucofa kule emoji.
When you want to use a sticker, you will then be required to click on the emoji.
Iza kubonisa ke ngoku izinto ezintathu ukuvela esinye screen at the bottom, a very small options as 3 apha ezantsi.
It will therefore give you 3 options at the bottom.
Izaba ke nonodolazana oyelo noba ngomphi na.
It will have an emoji, yellow in color, any of the emojis.
Andiyikhumbuli ke lisesiphakathini uba yeyantoni ngoba andifane ndiyisebenzise.
I do not recall what is the one in the middle because I hardly use it.
Then ekugqibeleni ke ngoku bekho i-sticker image or option.
Then in the end, you will then find the sticker image option on your right, far right.
Ucofa ke ngoku sowukule conversation ucofa pha kula option yesa sticker.
Whilst in conversation, you click on that sticker that gives you options.
And ngoku mna ndicofa pha njengokuba zivela kule conversation ndabe mna ndikulapha kule page ngoku ndi-screenshotayo.
As I had pressed on it, whilst on the current conversation that's depicted,
Zazi kwi-row yesibini okanye yesithathu bandikhumbula kakuhle.
they were in either the second row or the third row,
If I remember correctly.
if I remember correctly.
Yiyo ke laa nto ndakwazi uthatha i-screenshot ke ndazifumana ngolo hlobo. I-screenshot ke usithatha ngowucofa eliqhosha lika-power button lilapha ecaleni efowunini yakho lidibanise ne-volume ehlayo okanye iqhosha le-volume ehlayo simultaneously apha efowunini yakho.
That is how I managed to get screenshots, because then you will be required to hold down simultaneously your volume button and your power button on your phone on the right hand side simultaneously to create a screenshot. That is how I got the screenshot of these stickers.
I don't know what the next question is going to be. I was about to ask Advocate Skippers as to exactly to which question is this answer. But perhaps I'm right to think that from her last words, she was telling us as to how she got this stickers onto here. But for me to understand even better, if I do, I need to understand this in the translation or interpretation of this message.
Sorry. The one depicted on page 36, Judge?
Yes. My impression.
H.
My impression was that sorry, these pictures that we are talking about have nothing to do with this message, if I understood correctly. But yes, I'm right. Am I right, Ms. Mengo?
Ndicinga uba mna ezi stickers usixelela ngazo azinanto kwenza nalo myalezo siwubonayo obhaliweyo apha kweli phepha u36 ngaba kunjalo?
Kunjalo sihlalo.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, nonetheless, I would like to have this message translated into English.
Page 36, screenshot, there's a word written makusetyenzwe. That's in the isiXhosa language. Time on it, it's 20:06. Let's work.
And how long after, or perhaps I shouldn't put it that way, what did you receive first? Possibly on different days. What did you receive first between this message we have just translated and H1 and H2? Which of them did you receive first?
Yeyiphi oyifumene kuqala phakathi kwalo myalezo ubhaliweyo apha othi makusetyenzwe nezi stickers? Mhlawumbe usifumene kwintsuku ezahlukeneyo kodwa yeyiphi oyifumene kuqala?
Ndiqale ndafumana u-H1 no-H2 sihlalo.
I first received H1 and H2, Judge.
Do you or do you not remember how long thereafter you received this message? Let us work.
Ngaba uyifumene emveni kwexesha elingakanani ukuba usakhumbula lo myalezo emveni koba ubhalelwe uma kusetyenzwe?
Andisakhumbuli kakuhle i-date Chair kodwa ikhona somewhere on my affidavit.
I'm not able to recall the exact date, Chair, but it is somewhere in my affidavit.
Kodwa bekusekukudala mna ndamfumana u-H1 no-H2.
But it had been long since I've received H1 and H2.
Is there any particular reason why H1 and H2 are footed at the bottom of the message?
Ingaba sikhona isizathu esithile osinokusinika sona esingacacisi into kokubana kutheni lento u-H1 no-H2 bevela ngezantsi kwalo myalezo?
Before you answer, just to make my question clear, is there any reason why you depicted H1 and H2 on the same page as the page where the message is, the place where the message is?
Ngaphambi kokuphendule sikhona isizathu kusini na esinokucacisa ukuba kutheni lento u-H1 no-H2 bevele kweli phepha linalo myalezo wentsebenzo?
Asikho isizathu Chair esibangela uba ezaa stickers zivele phaa kulaa conversation.
There is no particular reason, Chair, that would explain as to why H1 and H2 are depicted on the chart above.
Ngoba la page ayinanto yakwenza nezaa stickers njengoba besenitshilo.
Because this page has nothing to do with the stickers, as I've mentioned initially.
All right, thank you.
May I just follow up that with one question? Was this message on this page, was it also, were you talking to the JP at this stage, or is it a totally different message that's got nothing to do with the JP?
Ingaba lo myalezo siubonayo apha ngumyalezo ekuthethwa-thethwana naye uJP okanye ngumyalezo nje ongomnye ozimeleyo ongenanto kwenza naye?
Ibingumyalezo othunyelwe nguye nalapho ebekhomenta kwi-status sam ndandifote ii-files ze-term ethile kulo nyaka.
This was a message that came from the JP. Even in this instance, he was commenting on my status because I had put a picture of files on my status at a particular term at the time.
And just a follow-up on that question, you can say that because on the top of this page, the name JP is reflected on page 36, is that correct?
Siyabona ke apha kwalapha kwiphepha elu 36 kuvele pha ngamafutshane uJP. Ingaba kunjalo?
Ewe kunjalo.
That is correct.
All right. Then, did you receive any of stickers like these, any other type of the same type of stickers from anyone else except from the respondent?
Ukhe waphinda wafumana izitickers ezikumila kunje okanye ezifanayo nezi zisuka komnye umuntu ongomnye ngaphandleni kuka JP?
Azange.
No, I've never.
Have you downloaded any of these stickers from the internet yourself?
Ingaba wawukhe wena ngokunokwakho wazithathela imifanekiso elolu hlobo uyithatha kwi-internet?
Zange.
No, I've never.
All right, then if we can return then to page 1200 in volume 3. For now, we can put it away, thank you. 1200. Thank you. Then if we can go back to the trail of the messages here, there was also a message that was deleted at 2134 from the respondent. And you replied to that at 2135 by saying length. Can you explain to us the conversation, what happened here, and your response?
Siyabona ke apha ku volume 3 iphepha ngu-1200 sibuyela ke kwincoko le ibisaqhuba ixesha ibingu-2134 icinyiwe imessage le sibona ke kodwa uba ikhona impendulo esuka kuwe ngo-2135 ethetha ngobude. Ungakho usicacisele ngayo?
Ewe ndiyayibona.
Yes, I see it.
Imessage edilithiweyo andisayikhumbula uba wayethumele ntoni.
As for the message that was deleted, I cannot recall what is it that he had sent.
Nempendulo yam andisayikhumbula uba ndandiphendula ntoni.
I cannot recall as well, in relation to my response, what is it that I was responding to.
So you are not able to tell us what you meant by length. Is that what you are saying?
Ingaba uthi awukwazi usichazela uba wawuthetha ukuthini xa uthetha ngento yobude utsho.
Hayi andizokwazi unixelela.
No, I'm not able to tell.
And then there was a response by the respondent at 2137 that said okay, and another one at 2139 that was deleted.
Kuphinde kube khona ke u-okay obhaliweyo apha ngo-2137 kuphinde kube khona lo myalezo ocinyiweyo ngo-2139.
Ewe ndiyawubona.
Yes, I see that.
Can you recall what message was deleted there?
Usakhumbula uba yayisithini okanye wawusithini lo myalezo ucinyiweyo?
Andiwukhumbuli.
No, I don't recall.
And then, Ms. Interpreter, if we can get a translation of the message in 2155.
The translation for the message on 2155 time page 1200. I was busy. I'm sorry.
Do you know why you replied with this?
Uyayazi babe kutheni uzuphendule ngola hlobo kube kukhona abanodolazana ke babambelele esilevini pha?
Ewe ndiyayazi ba kwakutheni.
Yes, I know.
Yes, you can
Sichazele.
tell us.
Andiyikhumbuli la message ndiyibona. Yacinywa ndingekayiboni xa ndizicingelayo yile nto ndaphendula ngolwa hlobo and abanodolazana ndiphendule ngabo pha.
I do not recall the message that was deleted above my response, and I believe that justified my response to say that my apologies, I was busy with the emojis depicted there.
Sorry, I think you understand my question. So I'm asking you, so you cannot remember why you replied in this fashion because you can't remember what you replied to.
Ingaba uthi awukhumbuli ukuba bekutheni uzuphendule ngolhlobo ngoba kaloku awusayikhumbuli nalento ubuyiphendula kuba ingaseko kwalapha.
Andisayikhumbuli uba ibiyintoni lento ndaphendula ngabanodolazana and ndabe ndicela uxolo ukuba bendibusy.
I cannot recall what was the message about. Hence, then I had put those emojis with those gestures and followed up by apologizing since I was busy. All
right, I see in your initial complaint in paragraph 13, page 7, that deals with the 17th of June, you also indicated that you received another image from the respondent of a man muffing a woman.
Phake kwisikhalazo sakho siyabona into okokuba ukhe wachaza into yoba ukhona omnye umfanekiso oye wawufumana kuye esenza ke lento yokukhotha umuntu obhinqileyo.
Ndiyayikhumbula lo paragraph.
I recall that paragraph.
Now, just for clarity, is that one of the H1 or H2 pictures that we were talking about earlier, or was that another picture that you received?
Ukuzama ukucacelwa ingaba yenye yale mifanekiso besikhe sacaphula kuyo apha u-H1 no-H2. 36.
Ayikho phaa kweza stickers.
No, it's not on the stickers.
Le image ubuza ngayo, it was some form of a video.
The one you are asking me about, it was in a form of a video.
Did you manage to save that video?
Ukwazile ke ukuyigcina ivideo leyo?
Andisakhumbuli ukuba ndayisave na. Cela undikhumbuze.
I cannot recall if I indeed saved it. May you please remind me?
Well, it's not in the papers. That's why I'm asking you if you managed to save it.
Ayikho ke kumaphepha lana, yilento ndikubuza into yoba ingaba wakwazi nokuyigcina.
Andikhumbuli.
I don't recall.
How did you feel that initially this conversation started being work-related, but then it shifted?
Uye waziva njani ngoba le ncoko iqale yayincoko enento nokwenza nomsebenzi yasuka ngoku yashenxa okanye yajika?
How did that make you feel?
Ikwenze waziva njani wena lonto?
Ndizive ndilibhinqa elichip kakhulu.
I felt like a cheap woman.
Sorry, I was just reminded by counsel here that that video is actually on page 1205, or it might be on page 1205. If we can, on volume 3, if we can turn to that one.
Ndikukhunjuzwa ke ngugxa wami into yokuba le video besike sathetha ngayo iyavela ke ifoto layo apha ku-1205.
If you can turn to that page, please, to see if that was if that is the one that you are talking about.
Enkosi Selifumene.
Sicela ujonge yiyo le. Yes, I've got it.
Is that the one that you are talking about, or is this another video?
Yiyo le lesithetha ngayo okanye yenye ivideo le?
If you don't know, you don't know.
Andiqinisekanga.
I'm not certain.
Thank you. How did you this messages from the respondent continued late in the evening?
Le ncoko ke iqhubekekile kwade kwasebusuku kakhulu.
What do you feel, how do you feel about him messaging you that late at night and the topic of the conversations?
Uzive njani into yokuba yena aqhubeke noma nekubhalela imiyalezo ethethathethana nawe kude kube sebusuku kakhulu. Ikwenze waziva njani lonto?
Intenze
Ngakumbi ke ngezi zinto athetha ngazo kulento yale ncoko.
intenze ndaziva uba undikhulisa ngokocantsi.
It made me feel that he is grooming me sexually.
Okwesibini ndaziva ndilibhinqa elicheap elingenasidima.
Secondly, I felt like a cheap woman with no dignity.
But then I want to take you to page 1201. It doesn't look like the conversation ended, because at 8 minutes to 1 in the morning, you received a message from the respondent with the ear with the hearing aid.
Iqhubekekile ke incoko kwade kwase kuseni kakhulu imizuzu nje isibhozo phambi kokuba kubethe insimbi yokuqala ngentseni nalendlebe inalento incedisayo yokumamela.
Ndiyabona.
I see.
And that is now on the 18th of June 2021. And then you responded at 3:51 in the morning to say that you are getting ready for work.
Lena ke ngoku yenzeka ngomhla ka-18 kuJune kunyaka ka-2021. Waphendula ke wena ngo-3:51 ekseni wabulisa wachaza into kokuba ulungiselela umsebenzi.
Konjalo.
That is correct.
Why did you message him to say morning?
Utheni lento uye wambhalela umyalezo wabulisa?
Bendiqonda uba mandigcine ndibe professional kwalapha ekuqaleni.
I had decided to be professional from the word go.
Ngoba xa uqala udibana nomntu uyabulisa okanye xa uqala uthetha nomntu kusuku olulandelayo into yenzayo uyabulisa awuvela ungene emxholweni.
Because when you speak to someone the following day, you meet them for the first time the next day, the first thing you do, you greet first. You don't just get into the discussion.
But why did you feel you had a need to reply?
Intoni le ikwenze wanento oziva ngathi kufuneka uphendule?
Bendingafuna uengage kule ncoko ngoba bendiyazi uba uzawugqibezela incoko leya yangezolo.
I did not want to engage in this conversation because I knew that he would want to conclude from the previous day's conversation.
Ngokwela hlobo ke ndiphendule ngalo ibikudisplay okanye ukubonisa ukungabi namdla nokumazisa ukuba ndilungiselela ukuya emsebenzini.
In the manner in which I responded, that was to display that and also make it known to him that I have no interest, I am getting ready to go to work.
All right, and then Ms. Interpreter, can we get a translation for the message from the respondent at 405?
At 405 on page 1201, the message is in isiXhosa, gqibezela, conclude. with the monkey and his hands on his face.
So that is what you meant by your initial response to my question, was that you realized that he wanted to conclude the topic of the previous night.
Ilento uye wathi xa undiphendula kumbuzo wam wathi wena ubuyazi into obuzawufuna ugqibezela kwincoko yangezolo. Ilento wena uvele wamphendula ngolu hlobo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
And then just for clarity, the next message, LOL, what does that stand for?
Le landelayo ke ebhalwe ngamafutshane engu LOL imele ntoni?
Go laugh out loud. And
Laugh
it's a
out
slang.
loud?
It's a slang.
Laugh out.
Laugh out loud.
Laugh like
It's a
laugh.
slang.
And then can we get the translation of the next message? I think the ESP is especially, it's an abbreviation of especially, but the last word in that message, what does that mean?
The last word, which is NTO, ndo, it's referred to a thing. A thing.
Especially rare thing. So what did you understand from this message? What were you talking about here?
Ms. Peppers, I'm sorry again to interrupt. I don't think we really got the translation for 405's message. Did you say it means conclude?
Conclude, my lady.
Conclude. Thank
Yes, just.
Just to make sure you know where I am, the message especially rare thing at 405 from the respondent. What was this conversation about?
Le ncoko apha ade atsho into yoba into enqabileyo ibingantoni ke le incoko?
Ebeseqalisa lamanyala wakhe.
He was starting with his disgusting things.
And then you replied at 406 with 4 laughing emojis.
Waphendula ke wena ngo-406 ngaba nodolazana abahlekayo.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Why did you respond in that way?
Kutheni le nto uye waphendula ngola hlobo?
Ibinako nokundidika loo nto. Ndaqonda mna kunoba ndithethe okanye ndibhale itext mandibhala abanodolazana abahlekayo.
It had an element of annoying me, so I decided instead of writing a text or say something, let me just put the emojis, the laughing ones.
Ms. Interpreter, can we get the translation of the next message at 406 from the respondent?
406 on the same page of 1201, ndirongo with a question mark. Am I wrong?
And then also the translation of the next one at 406, the reply by the complainant.
The 407, that is also another exclamation.
And what does that exclamation mean? Ms. Mengo, can you maybe explain to us what did you mean by that exclamation?
Yeah, I was about to say, can I get the context from her? Because I'm not sure. Lo tu umbhale apha uthetha ukuthini ngokunokwakho?
Njengokuba yena ebuza uba urongo mna ndithe tu bendithetha ukuba haa
Wakho yintoni buhayi?
nguhayi.
As he had stated, asking a question whether he was wrong, I then said that to, which means no.
Chair, I think we must go back to this conversation to check who said to and what it really means. I think it's getting lost, just getting lost. I'm sorry, it's for our own taking notes and the entire process. Can we slowly get to that discussion? Who says in the wrong? like, am I wrong? And then do and what it means. Just
Yes.
slowly.
Maybe I should latch on to that. Sometimes as we go along, out of my own understanding, I see a message I write from JP, from complainant, without any guidance, and I don't know whether all the time I'm right. Shall we now consistently, every time is possible, say this from the respondent, this from the complainant, for the sake of clarity? There are some areas where everybody assumes that everybody knows that this is from so and so, and I think we should make that clear. That said, I don't know how far back we should go, but let's start with the where do we start? In the wrong. Yes. Ask the witness, who says this? In the wrong.
406. Kubani lo othe ndirongo.
Uxolo Chair, phambi koba ndiphendule umbuzo ondibuza wona, can I be of assistance?
My apologies, Chair. Before I respond to the question, may I please be of assistance?
No. This is the assistance I'm asking for.
Lulo oluncedo alufunayo.
From whom does this message come?
Isuka kubani lo myalezo obuzayo uba ndirongo.
Umntu othi ndirongo ngu-Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
The person that was asking, am I wrong, is the Judge President of the Eastern Cape. The message came from him.
And then the next one.
Le landelayo ke ngoku impendulo ethi tu ithetha ukuthini, isuka kubani.
Le ithi tu ine-ticks ezimbini, if usiyaqaphela isuka kum.
The one that says tu with 2 ticks, that is now on 0407 with 2 tick marks on the side, comes from me.
I'm coming to very soon to the point that was raised earlier on. The one with the ears from the JP, right? 0052. Then mourning, etc., comes from the complainant.
Le ilandela le yendlebe umyalezo usuka kuwe lo obulisayo uchaza ubulungiselelo emsebenzini.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
That is correct,
The
Judge.
next one, good, from the JP.
Le ilandela leyo ithi good isuka kuye uJP.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
That is correct, Judge.
And the next one, conclude.
Elandelayo ethi gqibezela isuka kubani?
Isuka ku-Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
It's coming from the Judge President of the Eastern Cape, Judge.
And the next one, 4.05.
Elandelayo engulol isuka kubani?
Isuka ku-Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
It's from the Judge President of the Eastern Cape, Judge.
And the next one,
Elandelayo enabankawana isuka kubani?
Ku-Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
It's also from the Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
and these 4 emojis from you.
Abanodolazana abahlekayo basuka kuwe.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
That is correct, Judge.
Yes. Mr. Skakan, you were saying something about 2.
Chair, we've come right, yeah, because I didn't want to delay to go back. Then I think the questions you're asking of the 2 will make it clear for us to take notes. That's the part I wasn't sure about the translation as to what.
Are you now clear with the translation?
I'm not. I think you can still ask
About 2.
about the wrong and do.
Or about the wrong and 2. You can, Madam Interpreter, you can read there. In the wrong.
The wrong 0406 is a question am I wrong?
Right? And
then the second one of 0407, it's written to, and my request to advocate was that, can I please get assistance from the witness because I might miss the context.
it's an exclamation. Is it an exclamation or something?
It's part of an exclamation, but it has a response, if I make sense.
Okay.
There's an answer there, but it's also an exclamation.
Do you have both? Or you want to clear with the witness?
I would like to hear from the witness what she meant by that.
All right. Yes. Tell us what you meant, ma'am.
Ubuthetha ukuthini ke xa ubusithi tu ngoba sifuna ukuyiqashisa.
Bendithetha uhayi.
I meant no.
Okay.
Just to get us all into, so that we are all clear, what was this conversation about?
Ukuzama into yoba sonke sicacelwe. Ibingantoni yona le ncoko?
We asked you, am I wrong? And you replied by saying no. What was the context of this conversation?
Apha de wakubuza yena into yoba ingaba eberongo na wena wathi hayi. Ibingantoni incoko?
Zimbini izinto endinozibalula phaa kulaa conversation.
There are two things that I could mention out of this conversation.
Njengokuba ebhalile yena imessage ethi gqibezela,
As he has written a message saying that conclude,
eyesibini esithi especially the rento, or especially rento.
and then with the second message where he wrote especially a rare thing,
So nandiphendula ngegama elinye ngala tu.
therefore I replied by one word, which is tu on page, meaning no.
I don't think we understand why you said no. Please give us an explanation of the reason why you said no and what the conversation, what did you say no to?
Ubusithi hayi ntoni xa usithi ngalo tu uthi hayi.
Ndiphendula eza messages zimbini ndizibaluleyo ibinguhayi wam kuzo, andiphendulanga ngondirongo wakhe, andimnikanga impendulo.
I was responding on the two questions I quoted earlier on. This response was not in relation to his question of whether he was wrong.
So what was your response in relation to?
I-response
Show us which messages did you respond to by saying no.
Zezi ngeyiphi le miyalezo ophendule ngo hayi kuzo okanye ngotu ngazo.
i-message yango 0405 ethi gqibezela.
It's the message on time 0405 conclude.
Eyesibini,
The second one,
it's the same time 0405 i-message ethi
lixesha elifanayo.
especially rento.
Xesha elifanayo, the message says especially rare thing.
I don't understand. Are you saying that the answer to or no was not an answer to the question, am I wrong?
Andikuva kahle uthi le mpendulo yakho katu othi xa uyichaza nguhayi ayiphenduli lo mbuzo wakhe obuzayo ukuba ingaba ndirongo. Iphendula lo hayi wakho uphendula ugqibezela nalanta ayithethileyo phathi especially rento uthi phendula yona.
Ewe ndiphendula yona.
Yes, Judge.
where then is your answer to the question, am I wrong?
Iphi
Hang on, because my impression was that do or no was an answer to the question, am I wrong? Now you say it was not an answer to the question, am I wrong? Now I'm asking you, where then is the answer to the question, am I wrong?
ndifuna ukwazi ke ngoku into yokokuba iphi impendulo yalo mbuzo wakhe xa ebebuza into yoba ndirongo, njengoba soyicacisile nawe uba lo hayi wakho uphendula ezi zinto ezimbini azithethileyo. Ufuna ukwazi ke ngoku ujaji into yoba iphi impendulo kandirongo.
Andinayo impendulo kandirongo.
I do not have an answer to am I wrong.
Why? Why didn't you answer him?
Kutheni ungamphendulanga?
Bendingafuni ukumphendula.
I
did not want to respond to him or answer to him.
See. And I notice he sent you, according to you, he sent you a message topmost at 0052, which was after midnight, I think.
Ndiyaqonda ke undiyabomba bekuthumelele umyalezo ngo 0052 enzulwini zobusuku. Yes.
Ndiyabona sihlalo.
I see, Chair.
And then you responded at 3:51 in the morning.
Wena ke waze waphendula ngo 3:51 ekuseni.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Why did you respond to him so early in the morning?
Utheni lento umphendule ekuseni kangaka?
Kulela xesha ndibone ngalo imessage yena ayithumele ngo 0052.
That is the time I saw the message he had sent at 0052.
And besendivukile ngelo xesha.
I was already up at that time.
Maybe there's a slight misunderstanding of my question. I wasn't asking you why did you only respond at 3:51. In which case your answer would be, that was the time when I saw the message. My question actually is, why did you find it necessary to respond to his message so early in the morning at 3:51, instead of ignore it, go around, do your things, whether you clean the house or bath and so forth, only after sunrise when everybody's up and around, you respond at that time?
Mhlambi awuvanga kakuhle umbuzo wami. Andibuzi into kokubana utheni lento uye wamphendula ngela xesha. Into endifuna ukuyiqonda kuwe into kokuba utheni lento uyibone ukuba inyanzelekile into yoba ude umphendule ekuseni kangakanana, apho ngousuke wavuka ngexesha ovuka ngalo wenza izinto zakho uqhubeke nemini ixesha lihambe nelanga liphume. Intoni ibicaba iyanyanzelisa into yoba ude umphendule ngeli xesha kusekuseni kangakanana?
Akho nto ibinyanzelisa. Andinasizathu.
There was nothing that was forcing me to respond, therefore I do not have a reason.
Yes. And I noticed that this conversation, this early morning conversation, continues 4 o'clock, 4 something, and so forth and so on. I'm just wondering, why did you continue to engage him so early in the morning? Continue to exchange messages with him so early in the morning?
Ndiyaqaphela kuba le ncoko iye yaqhubekeka ngentsimbi yesine njalo njalo ixesha lihamba incoko iyaqhubeka. Ndiyabuza ke ngoku into yoba kutheni lento uye waqhubekeka nokuncokola?
Andinasizathu soba kutheni bendindaqhubekeka nokuncokola naye.
I do not have a reason as to why I continued conversing with him.
Thank you. Advocate Skippers.
Thank you. Then if we can continue from your message where you said no, there was 2 messages from the respondent, because it's on the left side of this screenshot, at 601 and 603, that was deleted.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I would like to instruct my counsel in relation to an interpretation which is 2 equals to no. I just want to instruct them in relation to that. I'm focusing purely on the interpretation part of it. The chairperson has previously indicated that whoever feels uncomfortable about a particular interpretation, they should raise it.
Yes, you can go to your counsel. Actually, when you do that, you remind me that the time when I was an advocate, there was this demand on the part of judges insisting that clients must sit next to their advocates and their attorneys so that they can easily whisper instructions so as not to delay time. But maybe you should get a chair next to your attorney and your counsel.
I will consider.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Chair, as I was asking this question, this is a very difficult process for me. I don't know what to do when I think the evidence leader is leading a witness, like asking a leading question. Secondly, I do not want to be a witness to pronounce my interpretation or translation of words. What my client has told me is something, I was not satisfied with the answer, but I'm not the one to speak. That 2 means no. It actually has a particular meaning, which is not at all. So it's difficult for us to know what to do when the evidence leader is satisfied with an answer and the interpretation that is given is unsatisfactory to my client and to me. But it's difficult to chip in as counsel because you also don't want to be a witness.
No, you should chip in. Actually, you should chip in.
Thank you, Chair, if I know.
Actually, you should chip in.
Thank you.
Let us deal with it. Just formulate the proposal, the proposed interpretation. We will note it and then we'll deal with that in due course.
Chair, we're getting to evidence, but it's fine. We are instructed that I see the witness says, does not want, skip answering to the wrong, which means am I wrong, right? We're saying, when you look at that, it says, it starts with the one above, especially rent, or it means that rare thing.
Yeah.
And then there's an answer. There's the laughing emojis. Then there's a question, the wrong, am I wrong? And then there's an answer to that. It says, not at all. And I think we have to deal with this very, very honestly about what answers what, because that's what we've been doing. We're dealing with an answer to an above question. And I am pleading with the evidence leader to help all of us with that, truly speaking. I'm not undermining her, but I think we've got to follow it for the public. I know she doesn't represent her. She's leading for all of us. I think we've got to answer that question, that answer, not at all, which we can interpret it as that, not at all, is an answer to the wrong. And I will deal with it in cross-examination because there is an answer before that, but I don't want to get there now.
Yes, you will, as to whether or not it can be said to be an answer to am I wrong, as to whether that is an answer, it can be said to be an answer to am I wrong, is something which you'll deal with. You'll realize that I personally sought clarification about it. When she said it's not an answer to that, I even asked her, to which question then is it an answer? And then she said what she said. So you'll deal with that in cross-examination, because I don't want to cross-examine.
No, absolutely, Chair. I just wanted to know.
Want to get clarity. Once I get clarity, whether one or the other, that's it. Now,
Thank you, Chair.
Madam Interpreter, you heard what it means.
Yes,
Maybe
Judge.
the difference may be there between no and not at all.
Not at all.
To me, it may just be a question of emphasis.
Precisely.
Yes. So, do you disagree with the interpretation not at all? Because I see too many yous here. Hundreds of them.
With respect to the rest of the team, I do agree with not at all. But then, remember, I'm just a neutral person. I did not want to sound as if I'm putting words into the witness's mouth.
All
And
right.
that is why I carefully considered not to assume that it means, even though I know it means not at all, but it had to come from the source to say, this is what I mean.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to see myself in the end to be told that you interpret something that is not meant by what the witness is saying. So I had to respect what she says it meant to her, because she's the one that said it. And in actual sense is, do means not at all.
Yes.
That's
Thank
how
you.
I understand it
Yeah.
as well in my years of experience.
Thank you for your explanation.
Yeah.
But I think that is why the chairperson told you first to interpret and then to ask a question. I think that's what he told you when we started. So I think in future, first interpret and then then the question can be asked. Because
Oh,
think
so
that
I
was
did it the other way
That
around.
might be where the problem started.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Judge, for that.
Mr. Skakan, can we proceed now?
Chair. Yes, Chair. I just wanted to know that. Yeah.
Yes, Advocate Skippers.
Thank you. Ms. Andiswa, can you just reply to this interpretation? Do you agree with it that you meant not at all?
Ucela ke uphendule kulento sigqiba kuyitolika yalo tu ukuba ngolwasemzini ithi not at all. Kungenjalo ndingase ndithi ngesintu ithi hayi kwaphela. Uthini wena uyavumelana nayo le ndlela siyitolike ngayo?
Hayi andivumelani nayo ngoba iyiyo lento bendiyithetha.
I do not agree with it because that is not what I was saying.
Thank you. All right, then we dealt with, there were two messages, again, that was deleted. Then you replied again at 6:25. And Ms. Interpreter, can we first get the interpretation of that sentence?
Okay. We are still on page 1201. Time is 06:25. Ubhale ucime kodwa uyayazi ndi busy. You write and delete, but you know I'm busy. With the emoji in the middle with eyes opened. Isuka kubani lo myalezo?
Isuka kum.
It's coming from me, Judge.
So you wrote to the respondent to say you write and delete, but you know that I'm busy. Why did you say that?
Ubhale ngolu hlobo ubhalela yena usithi ubhale ucime kodwa uyayazi ndi busy. Bekutheni uze utsho?
Ngoba ndiyabona kukho imiyalezo emibini ayithumeleyo yena.
Because I saw that there are two messages that he had sent.
Aye waphinde wayicima ndingakhange ndiyibone okanye ndiyifunde.
Which he again deleted without me having seen those messages.
Why did you feel the need to say that to him?
Bekutheni ukuze ubone uba sikhona isidingo sokuba utsho uthethe ngohlobo kuye?
Ndibone njalo uba mandiphendule ngoba uzawubuza.
I saw that I should respond in that manner because he will ask.
What will he ask?
Uzawubuza ntoni?
Uzawubuza uba kutheni ndingaphenduli okanye athumele le ndlebe inale hearing aid.
He will send, or he will ask in a sense that, or he will send this ear that has this hearing aid.
Did you want to see those messages?
Ubufuna ukuyibona le miyalezo?
Kuba eyithumele uyithumela kum, not that uba bendifuna kodwa xa uthumela imessage uyithumelela uba omnye umuntu ayibone. Andizukwazi ke ukuphendula ndingqale uba bendifuna.
Because he had sent them to me, and when one sends you messages, it is for the other person to see. I can therefore not be direct and say I wanted to see them.
The reason why I asked this is because you replied to him to say, but you delete it, meaning that you couldn't have read it. I'm asking, did you want to see those messages? And that's the need for you to reply in this way.
Ndikubuza ngohlobo nje intoba ubhalile intoba ubhala ecima. Ndikubuza ngoba ndinento ethi besikhona isidingo sento kokubana ube uphendula kwangolu hlobo uphendule ngalo kuba imiyalezo le ungakhange ube uyayibona.
Bekungekho sidingo soba ndiphendule ngolwa hlobo.
There was no need for me to reply in this manner.
I'm asking, did you want to see those messages and that's why you replied in this way?
Ndiyabuza ke ngoku intoba ubufuna na ukuyibona le miyalezo lento ibangele into koba ube uphendule ngolhlobo.
Bendifuna ukuyibona.
Yes, I wanted to see.
Why?
Ngoba
Bendifuna ubona uba ithini ndizokwazi uphendula uba ithini.
I wanted to see what were the messages about so that I could respond.
But if you think of the history of the type of messages that he sent you, why did you want to see them?
Kodwa xa uye ucinge imbali okanye ngemva uhlobo lwemiyalezo ebeyiye akuthumele yona, kutheni lento uzawufuna uphinda ube nomdla wokuyazi ba ibisithini le imiyalezo?
Andizokwazi ugqiba uba la miyalezo ibingantoni. Lento bibangela ba mna ndifuna ukuyibona okanye yena ngoku ayithumelayo ibisithini intention yakhe.
I would not be able to conclude as to what were the messages saying that he had sent or what were his intentions on the messages that he had sent.
But why would you have to know that?
Kutheni lento kuzawufuneka ba ube uyayazi lonto?
Andifuna umgqibela ukuba uba kutheni azanithumela imiyalezo aphinda ayicime uba lo miyalezo ibiye yantoni okanye bisithini.
I do not want to conclude on his behalf as to what were the messages saying or what they were for. I can't conclude on his behalf.
That is not the question.
Umbuzo awukho lapho ke.
The question is, given the history and the nature of some of the discussions, some of which you even describe them as insulting or disgusting, given that history, why did you want to know the contents of those messages? That is the question.
Umbuzo uthi kuba kaloku sowunayo imbali yohlobo lwemibuzo aye akubuze yona ude nawe xa uyicacisa eminye yawo uthi ngamanyala ngoku bashiyeka bezibuza into kokuba yintoni le izawuthi kunika umdla ke ngoku ufuna ubona nale imiyalezo icinyiweyo kodwa unayo imbali yokokuba lo muntu uhlala amane ukuthumelela amanyala nemibuzo engaqondakaliyo utheni ude ufuna ukuyazi le icinyiweyo kodwa unayo imbali.
Andinampendulo.
I do not have an answer.
Yes.
Then, Ms. Interpreter, can we get a translation of the next word at 625? Just below that one that we dealt with now on 1201.
1201 and the message is Haike, time 0625. The translation to that will be well.
You see, you will
Well.
need... Well,
Well,
Chair, I'm told it means well
It's
then.
difficult to interpret words like that, like exclamations and remarks, that sort of thing. But let's do our best. Yes, Mr. Sikaka.
Chair, you are like me. You're battling with this. I'm instructed that it also, and then the interpreter will. It would mean, oh well then, oh well then. Those who are familiar with the grammatical emphasis of oh well then, that it's not the same as well, would probably. So that's my instruction. But I think we'll get there. I think we'll get a lot of this in cross-examination.
Yeah.
may my tone be noted, please, Chair, because the sound of well and well, there's a bit of attitude there. Well, that's what I said. Haige.
Sorry, they are all spelled W-E-L-L.
Yes, I agree.
Distinguish between the two of them again for me.
The tone. There's well,
Well,
and there's well.
which one is the
It's the second one. Well,
well?
Chair. Sorry,
An
Chair.
exclamation.
Can we perhaps ask, I mean, this kind of explanation or interpretation makes it very difficult, particularly if one is later trying to record this in a transcript or in a ruling. Can we ask the interpreter whether it's possible in a situation like this, whether she can explain that well has the effect of having a question mark or an exclamation at the end of the word, rather than just using her tone, because even that tone can be interpreted differently by people hearing it. There must be a better way of doing this.
Very importantly, it will not be picked up during transcription. The accent, the accentuations, and the like. Will you do your best?
I will try my best.
Yes.
This is a
Well,
beautiful challenge.
Well, that's some kind of a question mark. Well,
It does.
exclamation.
If I was required to write it down, I would rather put in inverted commas, because there's something more behind the word well.
But
As I explained earlier, that it's got a bit of an attitude.
But would you
So-
put a question mark at the end of well, or an exclamation mark?
I would choose an exclamation mark. And why an exclamation mark, Judge, if I may explain, it's because I wouldn't choose a question mark because I'm not sure what's going to follow next. So I can't assume that the well will be asking, well, what? So subject to correction. I'm not.
No, we
Concluding.
we understand what you mean. And, well, it will be for us to decide whether "oh, well, then" goes more with the exclamation mark or with the question. Thank you.
If I may just add as well, in the isiXhosa language, there's a moment where if I am talking to someone and I'm sort of sometimes in disagreement with what they say, then instead of engaging them further, I will say, "Haige," and I'll walk away. That's basically me saying, I'm not engaging you any further, I'm walking away. "Haige," and I'll walk away.
And then when somebody translate "haike" in English, then
Sometimes-
there'll be a problem.
Haige comes in an exciting mode. Someone has achieved something, then we go, "Haige." Now, somebody's excited because they've achieved something.
Yeah. A lot depends on the context.
It depends on the context, Judge, correctly.
Yes. If I may ask, do we have didn't we ask for an official, well, for a translation of these messages by experts? We did ask for that.
Yes, we do have one. It is in the same bundle, volume 3,
Let's go there.
and it's on page 1300.
1300.
And it's at the bottom page. The translation there was "never mind."
Never mind. Oh well. Oh well then.
Goes back to my walking away in isiXhosa. "Haige," I walk away.
In any case, the impression conveyed, I think it is clear to us. We will understand when we read this message. We will be able to understand what is being conveyed. And perhaps, I don't know whether somebody should assist you. We should cross-reference to this interpretation or translation where there is some disagreement.
Unfortunately, Judge, I never got the bundles before time.
Otherwise, I'll interpret from Xhosa into Sepedi. And
To
then-
Sepedi.
Yes, I think we understand the impression conveyed. We can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I see it's 1 o'clock. I don't know if we should then adjourn now for lunch.
Yes, I think we should do so until 1:45.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Just now that you've taken us there at 1300, it resolves the question about which we almost pulled all our hair out. It's the interpretation of "haike."
On page.
Sorry.
Same page.
Sorry, of "two," which
Is it
means
there as well?
yes. You will see. It's two things are put. It says, "Am I wrong?" And the expert tells us exactly what my client instructed me. Not at all. I'm just saying this is reliable. We better here than anything else. At least on this, yeah. It says, it confirms what we've concluded, that it
We
means
will
not at all.
cross-reference to that.
Thank you.
And then it would not do any harm if we have got enough copies of this expert's translation to give her so that she can compare. If need be.
It is in the bundle with him.
Oh,
Yeah, but remember, I must leave these here. I don't have ones that I can just peruse in my leisure time. I only meet them here
okay.
every morning. That's what happened.
Yeah. And I was just saying that when we ask you to translate, just go ahead and do that.
All right.
Unless there's a query, if there's a query, we will move over to the other pages and the like to get a solution.
All right,
but
Judge.
otherwise, ordinarily, just proceed to
All right,
interpret.
Judge.
Yes,
Will
well, Jen, I will come back 1:45. You are still under oath, ma'am.
Usephansi kwesifungo.
Ndiyaqonda sihlalo.
Confirmed, Judge.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get the page, yeah? Yes, thank you.
Oh, Chair.
Sorry, Chair, Advocate Sikakani indicated to me during lunchtime that he wants to address the Chair before I start.
Yes, Mr. Sikakani.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Advocate Skippers. Chair, I want to make an unusual request that although it's unusual for a client to speak, that he addresses you for 30 seconds.
The client himself.
Yes, Chair.
Oh, let me consult.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, as you said, that is unusual. You do not want to tell us what this is about? Or you prefer
Chair,
to tell us in chambers?
I can do it on his behalf. It's really, really nothing controversial. I can say it.
We would prefer that.
Thanks.
Because
Chair,
it's better that way.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my client wanted to personally apologize for standing up while the proceedings were on. And I thought from judge to other judges, he wanted to express that he does realize that that kind of jumping up during the process from a client may not be good, and he apologizes to the panel and the public for that. Thank you, Chair.
I don't accept the apology because there's no need to apologize. There was no need to apologize.
Thank you,
Like
Chair.
I said, from my experience, both as an attorney and later as an advocate, we would know that judges would insist that when an advocate and an attorney are conducting a case before a judge, some judges would insist that the client must sit next to their counsel, usually behind them, so that they could keep on tapping their shoulder to whisper instructions over the shoulder. Therefore, there's nothing untoward for if your client were to move from where he is to move and come to you and whisper instructions. There's really nothing to apologize for. But we appreciate that gesture, but really there was no need to apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I heard you about where he must sit. I'm safer with him there. Thank you.
Yes, Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Andiswa, we stopped at page 1202 before lunch with your reply where we discussed the hiking, the well then, or what you meant by that. I want to take you then to the next message from the respondent, because it's on the left-hand side. He replied to that message of yours where you said that you write and delete, but you know that I'm busy. He replied to that to say, precisely because of that, so as not to distract. Then you replied to him with an emoji with a lady with her hands on top of her head. What did you mean by that?
Apha ke ku iphepha 1202 silapho ke emveni kokuba sikhe sanqumama kancinane sibuyela ke ngoku kulamyalezo ubukhe wawubhala ubhalela yena usithi kuye ubhale ecima kodwa uyayazi ukuba wena ubusy waphendula ke usithi precisely because of that, so as not to distract. Unqinelana kuba kunjalo kuba engafuni ukuphazamisa. Wangena ke naye andazi noba nguwe lo kanye nguye lo nodolazana lo wabeka izandla enhloko nguwe.
Imessage ebonakala kwicala langasekhohlo ngentla yeyakhe, le inetics yeyam.
The message that is depicted on the left, it's his, it's the respondent's message, and then the one with 2 ticks, it's mine. Can I just once more ask for the indulgence for you to repeat the question again pertaining to the emoji?
What did you mean by sending that emoji as a reply?
Ubuthetha ukuthini xa ubuphendula ngale ntwazana ebeke izandla enhloko?
Bendithetha ukuba kudikwa lanto yenziwa ngulaa mntana phaa kuba yena ethathe imessage ebendithetha ngayo kwixesha lingaphambili.
That is an indication of being annoyed, which is done by the action of this emoji, putting her hands on her head, or fed up, for a lack of a better word. Yes, fed up, because this is now a response to a message I had asked way back earlier on.
What message?
Opumyalezo.
Nankuya siyabona phaa ngentla kwala nodolazana uthwele izandla enhloko. Leo yena aphendule phezu kwawo uthi ubhala ucima. Nala nodolazana unamehlo athe gqa kodwa uyayazi ndibusy. Nguwo ke lo ndithetha ngawo.
I am talking about the message that is depicted above this emoji, where it was written, you write and delete, with the emoji with wide open eyes, but you know that I'm busy. That's the message I'm talking about.
All right, and then he sent you emojis again, and then during the day it looks like there was no conversations until 6:09 in the evening. Is that correct?
Wathumela ke yena lo nodolazana uhlekayo nalowa unento engathi sisithaba pha enhloko kwathuleka imini ixesha elininzi wabuya pha ngemtsimbi 1809 ngokuhlwa ubuya sengenelela ke phaya isukela philina.
Ewe kuya kwenzeka njalo.
Yes, that is what happened.
What was the message at 18:09, at 6:09? What was it about? Just explain to the panel what happened there.
Lo myalezo ubulapha ku 1809 ubungantoni? Sifuna usicacisele.
Emini ngoku bendisemsebenzini.
During the day, that is now when I was still at work,
Ndithathe i-picture
I took a picture
yendlela ebendinxibe ngayo phaa emsebenzini.
of the way I was dressed at work.
Ndisayikhumbula ke ndandixiba izihlangu eziyelo ezibhalwe ngamagama amnyama xa uzijongile zijongeke ngathi newspaper izihlangu.
I still recall I was wearing a yellow color pair of shoes with black names on it. But if one was to look at the shoes, they would appear as if it's newspaper.
Nestockings ezimnyama.
With black stockings,
Neskirt esimnyama.
as well as a black skirt,
Nejezi ngentla emnyama neshirt emhlophe nesikhafu esine emblem ka Office of the Chief Justice.
with a black jersey, and underneath that was a white shirt with a scarf that has the OCJ emblem.
Yes?
Le photo ke ndiye ndayi-uploada ku WhatsApp as a status update.
I had then uploaded this particular picture on my WhatsApp status.
Inaye ke nalalo dolazana uba siyayiqaphela onezandla eziphumele ngaphandle lo ubonisa ukwanga okanye ihug.
It does also, if you take a closer look, have the emoji of that shows that this little face is showing a hug.
Iyo ke le uJudge President bephendula kuyo okanye bekhomenta kuyo.
That is the one that Judge President commented on or responded on.
By saying, ah.
Ngokuthi ah.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Did you entertain that message that he sent you?
Uye wayithathela ingqalelo lento yalo myalezo obhale apha?
Andikhumbuli.
I don't recall.
There's no replies on this screenshot that you took. Did you reply and then deleted it, or did you not reply?
Ayibonakali kuba ikhona impendulo apho uye wayinikezela. Ingabe uye waphendula waze wayicima okanye awukhanga uphendule kwaphela?
Andikhumbuli ukuba ndaphendula kodwa ndiyasibona i-screenshot uba akho mpendulo.
I do not recall whether I responded. However, I do see the screenshot, but I can't tell whether I responded or not.
Did you delete any responses?
Zikhona impendulo waye wazicima wena?
Azikho.
No, there's none.
All right, then I see, yes, a little bit confusion in the dates on the screenshot. There's a 20 June 2021, and then after that 19 June 2021, and then again 20 June 2021. Do you know why it's depicted like that on here?
Siyabona ke ukuba kukhona ukuxubana kweentsuku apho kanye dates. Uku 20 June 2021 siphinde ngezantsi kwaloyo sibone ba kukho 19 June 2021. Ingabe uyayazi ba ibangelwe yintoni ke le into?
Ngelishwa andiyazi kodwa ndiyayibona uba there's a bit of a glitch. Ndicela uxolo ke uglitch ngesixhosa andimqondi kakuhle ndicela i-interpret incede.
Ukuphazamiseka okanye ukuxubana.
Ukuphazamiseka
Ukuxubana.
Ndiyayibona lanto yenzeke pha uba i-20 bekusuppose uba ingezantsi kwe-19 ngoba idate eqalayo yi-19 kaJune. So uye kwakho ukuxubana xa ndiyijonga andikwazi ukuphendula ke uba kuxubene kwesiphi isigaba.
I see what you are referring to. It's unfortunate that I do not know how that came about to happen because it's supposed to be the 19th first, and then after that it should be the 20th. I just do not know how the mix-up happened.
But this is how you found it on your phone and you took the screenshot.
Kodwa nawe uyifumene ngolhlobo efonini yakho ngelixesha usenza lento sithi si-screenshot.
I-screenshot ndizithathe ndiyiqaphele mna uba inje ngeli xesha senza ii-copies ndingavuma ke ndithi ewe kunjalo.
As for the screenshot, I only noticed this during the time we were making copies. So I can agree and say it is so.
Did you manipulate anything on your phone before you took the screenshots?
Ikhona into okay wazama ukuyiphathaphatha apha efonini yakho ukuzama ukuyijikajika mhlawumbi ngaphambi kokuba wenze screenshots? No.
Andizamanga.
I did not.
Then for chronology, let's start with the 19th of June 2021. The respondent replied or responded to a status again that you uploaded on your WhatsApp. Is that correct? And that was 5 minutes to 11 in the evening.
Khona ukuze ke sikwazi ukuyibamba ngokulandelelana kwayo. Siyabona akuba ngomhla we-19 kuJune uyeke yena waphendula kwakhona kwi-status sakho ixesha ibingu-5 to 11.
Ewe ndiyayibona uphendule kwi-status sam.
Yes, I see he commented on my status.
And I see it's about the Supreme Court of Appeal. What was this picture? What was this picture that you uploaded on your status?
Ndiyabona ke uba ibinento nokwenza ne-Supreme Court of Appeal inkundla yezibheno ephakamileyo ibiyintoni le ibingumfanekiso apha?
Apha ndandibukele i-TV endlini.
On this picture, I was watching television at home.
Uba ndikhumbula kakuhle kwakungomgqibelo.
If I recall correctly, it was a Saturday.
Kwakukho iprogram eyayisithi pha pastor wants a wife.
Kwakukhona ke, there was a program there that says pastor wants a wife.
Ndathi ke ndisabukele ndabona icolleague yam ephangela eSupreme Court of Appeal.
Whilst I was watching the program, I saw a colleague of mine who works at the Supreme Court of Appeal.
So ndafota i-TV le yam apha endlini.
I then took a picture of my television set in the house.
Ndayibeka estatusini.
I then placed that photo on my status.
So it's a photo of your colleague that you took from the screen on your TV that you placed on your status.
Ifoto ye-colleague yakho oyithathe etivini yakho wafaka pha kwi-status.
Ewe kunjalo.
That is correct.
Right, no other conversations. It looks like there was no other conversations that day.
Kuyabonakala kuba kukhange kube khona enye incoko ngalomhla we-19.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Then when we moved to 20 June 2021, it looks like it was Father's Day and you started the conversation that day at 6 o'clock in the morning to say Happy Father's Day, Jola.
Just a minute, please, Ms. Skip. Am I correct if I have to clarify this? If the ECA beneath this picture that you took, that was from whom? With emoji. Who sent that ECA question mark and emoji at 22:55?
Ngubani othumele lamagama abhalwe ngamafutshane aphathi SCA nephawu lombuzo wafaka ke ne-emoji le ebambelele esilevini ithunyelwe ngubani lento?
Ithunyelwe ngu-Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
It was sent by the Judge President of the Eastern Cape, my lady.
Thank you.
Advocate Skippers, may I, with all due respect, again ask that we be told each time, each WhatsApp message with clarity, where is this, from whom is this, from who is this, from who is this, instead of being left guessing. SCA is from the respondent, this message.
U-SCA lo bhalwe ngamafutshane usuka kuye uJP.
Ewe usuka kuye sihlalo ephendula kwi-status ebendis-uploadile.
Yes, Chair, it comes from the respondent responding to a status that I have uploaded.
Thank you.
The messages on the left-hand side of this page, who is writing those messages?
Le miyalezo ingakweli cala lingase left ibhalwa ngubani kweli phepha?
Ese-left ibhalwa ngu-Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
The ones that are written on the left are written by the Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
And the ones on the right?
Ezi zikweli cala lingase right zona zibhalwa ngubani?
Zibhalwa ndim zona, uyawuziqaphela ke nangalamaphawu we-ticks, eza ticks zimbini.
Those are written by myself. You would also notify them or identify them rather by the two correct ticks next to them.
Thank you. So to come back to my question, on the 20th of June 2021, it was a Sunday because it's Father's Day. You initiated the conversation that day at 6 o'clock in the morning, 3 minutes past 6, to say Happy Father's Day, Jola. What does Jola mean first? Maybe we can get the translation first before we ask a question.
The Jola word, it's unfortunate we are not going to translate that because it's a clan name. It's part of the praises in a clan name. Siyabona ke apho uba ngomhla we-20 kwinyanga kaJuni kumnyaka ka-2021 ibilusuku apho bekubukwa ootata, waze ke wena wathumela umyalezo omvisa kamnandi utata usithi kuye Happy Father's Day Jola, umbiza ke ngesiduko.
Kunjalo.
That is correct.
Why did you start the conversation that day?
Kutheni ke ngalomhla uye waqala incoko wena?
Ibilusuku oluya olubalulekileyo ebantwini abangotata. La myalezo ke ndawuthunyelisiwa yilonto ngoba ungutata ekugqibeleni.
That was a very important day, especially to fathers. Therefore, I saw it fit to send him a Happy Father's Day wish because in the end, he is a father.
Did you send it to other fathers as well?
Nabanye otata ubathumele?
Ewe bakhona endandibathumele.
Yes, there were that I had sent.
Did you also send it to fathers, other judges who are fathers?
Uthumele nakwabanye ojaji abangotata?
Ndithumele kwaba bendike ndasebenza nabo oyi-1 lo usenior bendigqibele ukusebenza naye.
I had sent to those that I had worked with, and the other one was the senior one that I worked with as well.
Last.
That's the last one.
So you did not only send it to him?
Awuyithumelanga kuye kuphela ke ngoko.
Ayi.
No.
And then he replied back to you at 5 minutes past 6 with the hug emoji, the face with the hands hugging and the hands together, and he said, "Thanks, sissy." Is that correct?
Waphendula ke nge-emoji le ihagayo nezandla ezibulelayo, then if I may just translate, sisi before we proceed, CC, the translation would also be used towards lady, respectfully. So it was the emoji and the praying hands, thanks CC, or thanks lady.
Kunjalo waphendula ngolo hlobo.
That is correct, that's how he responded.
And then it looks like the conversation then turned towards work-related issues. If we look at the message by the respondent at 6:07, and before I ask the question, can we just get the translation for Kubi Irini Mos?
Page 1203, and the message is under 0607 time. I saw the order granted on that day. Kubi Echini Mos. Kubi refers to a bad situation. So to complete the sentence, it is bad in Grahamstown.
And then you reply to him 6:10 again, and before we get your answer, just the translation of that message also, please.
The translation of the next one on 0610, same page 1203. The first word there is very. Then the next one, it says, Bati bazopinda, if things aren't fixed. Translating, Bati bazopinda, they say they will do it again if things aren't fixed.
Do I understand it correctly that you are now talking about the situation being bad in Grahamstown?
Ndiva kakuhle ke ngoku into yokuba nithetha ngale nto imbi eyenzekayo eRhini.
Ewe.
Yes,
Kwenzeka njalo.
that is correct.
I see you then forwarded a audio clip to the respondent at 6:11. Can you indicate to the panel what this audio clip was that you sent to the respondent?
Ndiyabona ke ukuba kukhona umyalezo oye wabe ushicilelwe ngobuchwepheshe ke buka WhatsApp esizawuthi ngesilungu i-audio xa sibisa oye wayithumela kuye ungakusicacisele kabanzi ngayo i-audio le.
Ewe ndingacacisa.
Yes, I can explain.
Njengokuba sibona pha phezu kwala audio ibhaliwe uba forwarded many times.
As we can see on the actual picture of the audio, it's written on top there, forwarded many times, igqithiswe izihlandlo ezininzi okanye eziliqela.
And ezantsi kwalapha kule audio ibonisa idate le ibirekhodwe ngayo le audio, which is 2021, 19th of June.
Ngezantsi, or at the bottom of the same, there's a date that is depicted on there, which is now the date when the actual audio was recorded on 2021, the year, 06 month, and 19th, the date.
I-audio leke yayicacisa into ethi nangomso akuzuphangelwa. Oonoteksi bazawuvala indlela.
The audio was making it very clear that even the next day, no one will go to work, the taxi drivers will close the roads.
At this point, Chair, may I ask for a short adjournment? I need to relieve myself.
Yes, we will adjourn. Thank you for
Thank you.
next 15 minutes.
May it be lesser than that, Chair.
How many? 10, 5.
10 will suffice, Chair. Thank
All
you.
right, 10 minutes. Thank you. There is another reason why I said 10 minutes is because we would like to see counsel in our chambers. Advocate Skippers.
Thank you, Chair. We were still discussing, or we ended with you forwarding the audio message with regards to the taxi violence in Grahamstown, blocking the road.
Siphele ke phambi kokuba sinqumame nje ngokufutshane apho ubuye wena wathumela ke i-audio lengosilungu okanye recording ngamanye amazwi ebithetha ngento yodushe ke lonotix.
Ewe kunjalo.
That is correct.
And then 10 minutes later, at 21 minutes past 6 in the morning on that Sunday, the respondent replied to, supposedly, to that audio message to say third force with a lot of exclamation marks.
Uphendulile ke yena ngo-21 minutes emveni kwensimbi yesithandathu phendula ke sithi third force bonakalisa into kokuba yinto le ayithethele phezulu.
Ewe kunjalo.
That is correct.
But then the message from the respondent came through at 22 minutes past 6, saying, changing the topic slightly.
Kwaphinda ke kwangena umyalezo osuka kuye ngo-22 minutes emveni kwensimbi yesithandathu esithi ke uyayisitshintsha ke ngoku isihloko okanye into ekuza kuthi kuthethwe ngayo nje kancinane.
Ewe ndiyayibona lo message.
Yes, I see the message.
But if I have a look at this screenshot, it doesn't look like the message, that the conversation went further, because the next message only came through in the evening at 23 minutes past 10 that evening.
Kuyabonakala ke apha into kokubana ayikhange iqhubekeke le ncoko ngoba elandeleyo ke ngoku i-message okanye umyalezo uye wangena sele kusebusuku ngo-23 wemizuzu emveni kwentsimbi yeshumi ngokuhlwa.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
So you don't know what the topic had to be that needed to be changed.
Ngoko ke awuyazi uba sesiphi esi sihloko bekufanele uba sibe siyatshintshwa.
Andisazi.
No, I don't.
Just explain to us that message that came from the respondent at 23 minutes past 10. It looks like it was again a reply to a status that you uploaded on your WhatsApp profile. Is that correct?
Kuyabonakala ke kwakhona xa siphinda siqwalasela into yoba impendulo yakhe kulo umyalezo wange-23 yemizuzu emveni kwentsimbi yeshumi ibibhekiselelene kwi-status sakho esi ubusixhomile. Ingaba kunjalo?
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you remember what the picture was that you uploaded there with the monkey faces?
Usakhumbula uba ngowuphi lo mfanekiso owufakile apha waze ke ngoku wena phaya kwisihloko wafaka ke inkawana eziya zivale imbuso?
Kujongeka ingathi ndim lowa.
It looks like that's me.
And if you look at the status bar, it looks like it was a video, because there's a video picture and then there's also a time 0.19.
Ibonakala ke ngathi noko yayiyi-video kuba inexesha phaya ecaleni elingu-0 bengamachaphaza no-19 ubude bayo.
Ewe ndiyayibona.
Yes, I see that.
Can you recall what this video was about?
Usayikhumbula ukuba le video yayingantoni?
Andiqinisekanga ukuba ndibhale ntoni kwi-affidavit yam. Ndicela undikhumbuze.
I'm not certain as to what I wrote in my affidavit. Would you please kindly remind me?
On page 8 of your affidavit, paragraph 15, you said that there was a video where you were sitting with your sister's kids at the spur. Do you recall that?
Kwiphepha u-8 phaya kwi-affidavit yakho i-paragraph.
Chair, we just want for clarity. The witness says something else. Says it's a picture the evidence leader says it's a video. We just want to see, because her answer was different from what the evidence leader says. So we just want to.
What was this? Was this a picture or a video?
Ingaba ibingumfanekiso lona okanye ibiyivideo?
Njengokuba siqaphela apha ibonakala ukuba iyivideo yona, impendulo yam ibibhekiselele kula picture siyibona pha iblurry.
As we see on page 1203, this clearly shows that it's a video, and in relation to what is on the actual status space, it appears like a picture, but it's blurry.
So what is it?
Yintoni ke?
Iyivideo mhlali kaBhapela.
It is a video, Chair.
Thank you.
Can you just explain to us what was the emoji that the respondent used in reply to your status that you uploaded?
Khawusichazele ke ukuba le emoji yena ayisebenzisileyo uphendula apha kwi status sakho yeyiphi?
Cela undiphindele.
Can you please repeat?
Just explain for the record purposes what emoji the respondent used in reply to your status.
Khawusicacisele uba le emoji ayisebenzisileyo uphendula kwi status sakho yeyiphi?
Usebenzise la nodolazana unolwimi alunyekeze ecaleni.
He made use of the emoji with the tongue that's side out, sticked out.
And how did that make you feel when you received that?
Ikwenze waziva njani ke le emveni koba uthunyelelwe lo nodolazana oveza ulwimi ecaleni ngaphandle?
Bendikruqukile.
I was annoyed.
And explain to us the reply of yours to that. Just first the translation of that word at 2223 on page 1203.
The response on page 1203, time 2223, it's two little monkeys who are covering their faces, and what is typed next to them, I see just alphabets. I don't know what the meaning of that is.
Maybe the complainant can then, Ms. Andiswa, please tell us what did you write there and what did you mean?
Mhlawumbi ungathi usicacisele kusichazela uba yintoni le oyibhale apha ibithetha ukuthini kuwe nje buyibhala.
Njengokuba bendisithi bendikruqukile, ithi lento iyu.
As I say, I was annoyed. This thing says EU, which is an exclamation.
Inezankawana ke zibeke izandla emehlweni.
With the two little monkeys who are covering their hands on their faces.
If I'm allowed, Chair, ukukruquka.
If I'm allowed just to elaborate on this term of being annoyed.
Kum ngokokwam ukuqonda it's being extremely annoyed.
With my understanding, it is being extremely annoyed.
And then the respondent replied to you to say, we had not finished our conversation.
Waphendula ke yena esithi kuwe asikayigqibi ke le yethu incoko.
Ewe uphendule kanjalo.
Yes, that's how he responded.
And maybe we should, before you answer that, on the next page 1204, at 2224, the respondent said the other day. So it looks like it must be, we had not finished our conversation the other day with a monkey covering his face.
Ngaphambi koba uphenduleke kuyabonakala ba uyichazile apho wathi besingekayigqibi ke le yethu incoko waphinda walandelisa egqibezela ke lamca sicinga njalo into ethi le yangalamini nonkawana ke ovale amehlo ngezandla zakhe.
Ewe uthumele lo miyalezo yomibini.
Yes, he sent both messages.
Can you recall what conversation he was referring to?
Usakhumbula uba ebethetha ngoyiphi incoko?
May I have a moment to go back? Enkosi.
Thank you.
Ebethethela kwi-message yangolunye usuku ngoba uyatsho pha the other day.
He was referring to a message of another day, as he has already stated it in his message to say the other day.
But can you recall what conversation that was, or is it not possible?
Usakwazi ukukhumbula uba yayingantoni ke lo ncoko yolo suku olo lwaluseludlulile okanye akwazi ukukhumbula uba kwakuthethwa ngantoni?
Andikwazi ukukhumbula uba kwakuthethwa ngantoni.
I can't recall as to what was the conversation about.
Then you replied to him at 22:24. You replied to his message that we had not finished our conversation, and you replied with the 3 monkeys with the eyes covered and the 4 laughing faces. Is that correct?
Waphendula ke la myalezo wakhe besithi besingekayigqibi ke le yethu incoko. Waphendula ke ngokuwena ngonkawana bathathu bagquma amehlo nabanodolazana bahlekayo bagigitheka bade bawe ngamacala ngo-2022-24. Buthetha ukuthini ke wena apha?
Abankawana bathetha uba nentloni okanye uba ashamed ngoba ubuyela okanye uthatha i-message ye-conversation ibiseyidlulile.
The 3 little monkeys covering their faces are indicating embarrassment or shame, because now he's going back to a conversation that had passed.
Ezantloni ke ndazixubanga nangabaladolazana abahlekayo bawe ngamacala.
The embarrassment, then I just joined it together with the laughing emojis.
Ms. Interpreter, can you just translate for us before I ask another question, the next reply from the complainant at 22:24?
At 22:24, page 1204. This is a tough one, Chair, I must admit. The word is pronounced andisakunqini. However, I'm going to try and do an explanation of the word rather than finding a translation, because I don't think English has a word for andisakunqini. When someone is familiar with somebody, they will not be reserving themselves towards that particular person. When you are not familiar with a person, you would sometimes say it in isiXhosa, andisakunqini, because I'm not familiar with you, so I would rather reserve myself from you. Subject to correction, I'm not saying this is 100% correct, but I do not have the direct translation of the actual word itself.
And if I may come in there, Chair, at page 1301 of our translations that we got from the translator, there's also no translation there. 1301. No, there's not. Well, thank you. Well, I'm so lazy.
No, sorry, with respect. When one is lazy, you will say, ndiyonqena, I am lazy. Uyonqena, you are lazy. Uyonqena, she is lazy. This is andisakonqeni. It's different from being lazy.
If I may
Unless you
assist,
can be
Chair.
lazy in wanting to get closer to someone, I'm not sure what that means. Or shy off, or shy away. Hence I said it has to do with familiarity as well with the person. You can shy away from someone, ndiyamonqena, I'm shying away. Now I think it's clicking, it's coming. You know, because it has still to, it's encouraged by familiarity towards the person. I'm shying away from her, ndiyamonqena. Andisakonqeni, I'm shying away from you. Subject to correction once more, because now it's popping.
What did you want to convey by those by that expression?
Is Chair asking the witness?
Yes.
Ubufuna ukuthini wena ngokubhala ngolhlobo kanye ngokuthetha olhlobo? Ufuna ugqithisa umyalezo uthini xa usithi andisakonqeni? Ufuna ukuthini?
Bendifuna ukudlulisa umyalezo othi andifuna ungena kule ncoko okanye kule ntetho ayithethileyo ngentla.
I was trying to pass a message on that says, I do not want to engage in the conversation that he started above.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then the respondent replied to you again at 2224 with, it looks like a picture. Can you recall what that picture was about, or is it not possible?
Waphendula ke yena ephendula wena ngomfanekiso. Siyabona apha ngo-22-24. Ingabe usakhumbula wena ukuba yayingumfanekiso njani lo? Sakhumbula?
Sorry, are you looking at this blurred picture?
Yes. Yeah, that's why I asked if she can recall what it was, because we cannot see what it is.
Usakhumbula uba yayinto?
Andisakhumbula uba yayintoni.
I can't remember what it was.
Thank you. And then if you turn to page 1205, the respondent replied to your expression that you didn't want to engage with his conversation. And he said, and can we get the translation first?
Page 1205, message timed 22-24, which says, ukuthini, to do what, or to what?
Ewe waphendula ngolo hlobo yena.
Yes, that's how he responded.
So you told him that you do not want to engage in conversation with him, and he replied to say, to what?
Uthe wena xa uphendula kuye awufuni ungena kule ncoko yakhe beseyiqalile. Wabuza ke yena ke eyokuthini?
Ukuthini? Ewe wabuza loo nto uba ukuthini, ndonqena ukuthini.
Yes, he asked me, what is it that I would not want to engage in,
Or shying
to
away
what,
from.
or shy away from.
All right, and I see your reply is a little bit later on at 22:25. You reply to that, and can we get the first get the in translation thereof?
On 12:05, and the time is 22:25.
Yes.
The response there is, wena undenza shy, you make me shy, with a little monkey that's closing his face with his hands.
All right, so in order for us to just be clear, the train of this conversation is, you told him this expression to say, I don't want to engage in conversation with you, and he asked you why not, or to what conversation do you not want to converse, and then you say, you make me shy. Is that correct?
Ukuzama nje ukuba sikwazi ukuba sihamba nayo ngokulandelelana kwayo. Qale ngokuthi wena andisakonqeni, wabuza yena ukuthini, wathi ke ngokwena xa soziphendulela wena undenza shy.
Wendiphendule ngolo hlobo.
Yes, I responded in that manner.
But just before you reply to that, you reply to the picture that he sent to you that you cannot recall now what it was, and you said cute with the monkey closing his eyes. Can you tell us why you sent that reply to him at 22:24?
Ukubuyela nje kancumva kukhona umfanekiso ubuye wakhona wena ke ngoku wathi xa uphefumla ngawo umfanekiso lowo wabhala phaya wathi cute, wafaka kunkawana nezandla zakhe uzibeke ebusweni, ubuthetha ukuthini xa ubuphendula ngohlobo kulento yelifoto esibonayo babili lakhe.
Andiva kule ndawo yokugqibela ba ifoto ibile lakhe. Ndicela undiphinde.
The last part, can you repeat, was the photo belonging to the JP?
Yes, that's a photo that he sent, because you can see that his name is there, photo and the picture, and then you replied cute.
Yena uthumele ifoto, wena waphendula ngokuthi cute nonkawana ogqume amehlo. Ufuna ukwazi ke ngokuyena ba buthetha ukuthini ngali impendulo yakho apha kwelifoto.
Ucute uthetha ba umhle.
Cute means
jongeka.
Okay. Cute means beautiful or you are lookable.
But you replied to the photos. You cannot recall what the photo was. That's what I'm asking. You replied cute to the photo. Were you referring to the photo when you replied this way?
Lento yokujongeka okanye obubuhle obubuphendula kwifoto nto nje ifoto eli usalikhumbula uba belinantoni? Ufuna ukwazi loo nto usakhumbula kwakukhontoni kwelifoto?
Andilikhumbuli bala linantoni.
I don't recall what was on the photo.
My question is, did you reply or did you refer to the photo when you said cute?
Ngexesha uyincomayo ke usithi hayi nokinhle okanye iyajongeka ubuphendula into esefotweni oyibonileyo.
Ewe bendiphendula into esefotweni endiyibonileyo.
Yes, I was referring to the photo that I seen.
All right, then. That evening at 22:25, the respondent sent you a video, and it is 30 seconds long, according to what is depicted here. Can you recall what that video was about?
Waphinda ke yena phaa ngo-22:25 wakuthumela ividiyo ubude bayo imizuzwana nje-30. Sakhumbula uba kwakukho ntoni kule vidiyo?
Ndicinga uba ile video kwakukho umntu oyindoda okhotha umntu ongumama bengqengqe ebhedini.
I think this is the video that depicted a man and a woman, a man muffing a woman on the
Ewe besebhedini.
They were on the bed.
Sorry.
Okay. Ndingacela undikhumbuze what I have on my affidavit.
May I please request that you remind me what I have on my affidavit?
No. No. Not before I ask you this question. I don't know where I got this note from, when I made this note. There's a note on that photo which I made, which says, I'm not certain this is the video of the man muffing a woman.
Judge,
We must have dealt with this picture maybe earlier on, but I do have such a note.
Before you go, she just testified like that. She said, I don't, that's exactly her words that she used now. What she testified it now. So I don't know if maybe the chair wrote it now.
It may be, but I don't know why we want to go to the statement of affidavit.
Chair, just for clarity also, previously when we dealt with H1 and H2, I was referring her also to this picture. Maybe that's when this note was made.
Yes, that is my recollection that earlier on today when we dealt with some papers, we jumped to this page, and that was when I made this note, where she said, I'm not certain if this is the video of the man muffing a woman. That was your answer.
Ibi impendulo yakho yakhumbula ekuqaleni besithethe ngemifanekiso yavela kulanda ibinazo nezistickers apho wena uye wabana impendulo ethi awukhumbuli kahle ngokuphelele into ba ingaba iseyila video nale apho bubone khona kukho indoda ekhotha umuntu obhinqileyo bisitsho impendulo yakho.
Ewe ibisitsho sihlalo ndabe nami bendizawucela imvume kuwe yoba ndiphinde lanto bendiyithethile ngaphambili ngoba le picture iqala uvela ngoku.
That is correct, Chair, and with your permission I was going to request that you allow me to repeat my answer because this is not the first time now me seeing this picture.
But why do you want to repeat your answer when we have it?
Kutheni ke kodwa ufuna ukuyiphinda impendulo yakho kodwa nayo?
Bendizocela unceda che kuba ububuza uba le note unayo wena uyibhale nini okanye uyifumene nini bendizawurefera to the page ka H1 and H2. It was for that reason.
I was going to assist, Chair, since your question was pertaining to the actual picture, and I was going to refer you back to H1 and H2 because that's where this actual picture emanated from as well. I was going to assist in that regards.
I'm not sure I needed any assistance, but do you want an opportunity to change what you said earlier, that I am not certain this is the video of the man muffing a woman? Do you want to change that, or that still remains your answer? Because if that is your answer, still your answer, then I don't see any reason why we should revisit this, unless you want to change it. Perhaps with an explanation, I don't know. But do you want to change this statement?
andidingi ukuncedwa ke endifuna ukukwazi into yoba ingaba ufuna ukuyitshintsha ngoku intetha yakho uyijike ngokuphathelene nalento okanye useza ukuthetha kwayona ngoba ndisibonisa isizathu soba siphinde sibuyele kuyo xa uzazi into yokuba awuzukuyitshintsha. Uyabuza ukuba ingaba ufuna ukuyitshintsha na, impendulo yakho ibisithi andiqinisekanga ke ngokupheleleyo ukuba yiyo ncakasana le ufuna ukuyitshintsha.
Because if you don't want to change this statement, there's no reason why we should revisit it.
Ngoba uba ngaba nawufuna ukuyitshintsha le mpendulo asikho ke ngoku isizathu esizawunyanzelisa into yoba siphinde sibuyele kuyo xa ungazukuyitshintsha.
Enkosi sihlalo, andirhaleli ukutshintsha impendulo yam.
Thank you, Chair. I do not desire to change my answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Advocate Skeepers.
Thank you, Chair. So after you informed him you make me shy, he forwarded you this video of a sexual nature. And then just after that, the respondent replied to your remark that you make me shy, and he asked you, in what way?
Emveni kokuba ke ekuthumelele le video inento okwenza ngendaba yokwabelana ngesondo, uye wakuthumelela umyalezo ekubuza ecaphula la mpendulo yakho ibisithi wena undenza shy. Wabuza ke yena ke ngayiphina indlela apha ku 2225.
Ewe, imessage ibonakala njalo.
Yes, the message appears so.
And then if we turn to page 1206, your reply to that is the third message on this page at 2226. The second one on the right, the messages on the right, the second one. Are you with me? He said, in what way? And you replied. And we need to get the translation there first.
Page 1206, timed 2226, and the line says, uyazibona ke. That in English would be, do you see how you are?
Do you?
Do you see how you are?
May I assist, Chair?
Yes, please.
If you interpret how you are, ngesixhosa izawuthi uyazibona uba unjani, lena iti uyazibona ke. Do you see yourself?
Okay. Yes.
All right. Are you happy, Madam Interpreter? Or you persist with your own?
No. Chair, she has actually sort of poked on my thoughts.
Okay. So if you are happy with what she says, it's fine.
It's
don't
perfectly
have to
fine.
make an issue out of nothing.
It's perfectly fine. I also just went to refer to the
No,
translated.
that's fine.
It's
All
perfectly
right.
fine. Thank you, ma'am.
And thank you, Ms. Mengo, with your correction.
You must
So
welcome,
it's,
Chair.
do you see yourself, for the record?
Yes.
Then just a message above that. That was your reply to this video that we were talking about just now. You posted 6 laughing faces.
Kulo myalezo ke ungasentla apha kule yokumbuza uba uyazibona ke ufake onodolazana abathandathu abahlekayo.
Ewe, kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain to us why you responded in that way?
Ungasicacisela ukuba kutheni lento uye waphendula ngohlobo kule video.
Kuba ngoku ndingayikhumbuli la video ukuba bekusenza kantoni okanye bekuthwani kuyo.
Because now I'm not able to recall what was happening in that video or what was being said in the video.
Lebe ngisitha ndiqinisekanga ngento eyenzeka kuyo kumbuzo ngaphambili.
That is the video I said initially. I was not certain if it is exactly that. That's from the previous question.
Ndabona impendulo efanelekileyo uba ngaba nodolazana abahlekayo balele ngamacala.
Wabona?
Ndabona impendulo efanelekileyo ile yabanodolazana balele ngamacala.
I saw that a suitable response will be that of those laughing emojis.
What do you mean by saying that it would be a suitable response?
Uthetha ukuthini ke ukuthi xa usithi wabona ukuba eyona mpendulo ifanelekileyo le oyinikezeleyo yonodolazana abakikithekayo?
Ndayibona uba mandiyihleke kunoba ndibhale.
I saw it that I should rather laugh instead of writing.
All right. But you can't recall now what the video was about.
Awukwazi ke kodwa ukukhumbula uba le video yayingantoni kanye kanye.
Andikhumbuli.
I don't recall.
Then again, there was a message from the respondent at 2226 that was deleted. So we don't know what that message was.
Kwaphinda ke phaa ngo-2226 kwakhona umyalezo ocinyiweyo. Asiyazi ke uba la myalezo ubungantoni.
And then can we get the translation of the reply from the complainant at 2226?
2226 on page 1206. Ndisemonti kungangcono sijongane. I am in East London. It would be better if we face each other. I can be tomorrow or the other day.
Please just repeat that quickly.
All right. Pardon me, Lord.
I-
Pardon me. I am in East London. That is the first part of Ndisemonti. I am in East London. Kungangcono. It would be better. Sijongane. Let me rather say, instead of saying face each other, to see each other. Sounds better. English.
Point of correction, Chair, again, if I'm allowed.
Okay.
Yes.
Sijongane.
Sijongane is to look or to face something or someone. Andivumelani ke, or I'm not in agreement with the interpretation.
Sijongane, it's still to look at each other, which is what I said. To face each other, it's what I said initially at first. I said to face each other. Then I came back with to look at each other, because we'll still be facing each other. Sijongene, we are looking at each other.
Again, Chair, if the interpreter may be honest, because she got that interpretation from the respondent. That is not what I meant. Thank you, Chair.
Well, you raised two issues.
Okay.
Let's start with what you meant.
Masiqale ke.
Sorry, do you query the interpretation or the translation? It would be better. What? To see each other, or for us? I don't know that you said.
Sijongane, to look at each other or to face each other, not to see each other. To see each other in closer is ukubonana.
So
Chair, may I come in, please?
yes, please.
Ukubonana, sijongane are synonyms. they mean the same thing. There are eyes involved. We can't change that. And initially, when I started with the translation, I used 2 words. I said, we see each other or we look at each other. And I believe this is on record.
Yes.
So I'm not sure now, because if I'm listening to my lady here with respect, I'm not sure because it doesn't change the actual action that took place. There is something that needs to happen here, which is we either look at each other or we see each other
Or we face each other.
or we face each other. There are eyes involved, I still maintain. I'm not totally off the meaning of what this word says.
Sorry.
We
Well,
can
I'll just-
even have a look at what the translation is saying.
1302, I'm told.
Translation says it would be better if we could meet face to face.
Synonyms once more.
Yes.
We meet face to face. We look at each other, we see each other.
Yeah, I rule that the interpretation is correct.
Chair, can I please just clarify which interpretation is correct? Because there is a nuance between it's better if we see each other. Seeing each other, if I see someone, it's sort of like meeting someone, as opposed to if we face each other. And the interpreters, my notes on the interpreter's first interpretation was, it would be better if we face each other, which I understand to be what the witness is saying it means. But then she tried to give a better English interpretation to it and changed it to if we see each other. So can we just clarify for the record that the interpreter is just going back to the first translation, which is if we face each other? Because then it sounds to me like both the witness and the interpreter would be on the same page. Thank you.
It would be better to face each other.
Chair, there's a second issue that when the witness says the interpreter got this from the respondent, it's an important issue about integrity. I think we need clarification about that.
Yes,
Thank you,
I
because
forgot
I
about
also had a question mark somehow, because I'm sitting here literally not having had sight to all the translations that has been done with respect. I was literally called last minute to be here. So when I interpret, this is what happens, Chair, if you allow me. My brain, I've got a photographic memory. When I speak, I visualize what I say. And that's exactly what is taking place here. So when I changed my initial word, when I interpreted, it played a picture in my head of, no, they should not be, it should actually be facing with each other. So I'm not sure, there was no way I would have picked up if there was anyone talking, but I focused on what my head was giving me in a picture form, trying to translate Sijongane. Nothing else. Nothing beyond that. I work with my visuals when I speak. That's why you'll find me sometimes changing a word. It's because I've seen something else that seems to be a bit better than the first word that I've picked.
Yes.
So it's very serious if it's going to be said that I got it from the respondent.
Yes.
Didn't happen, doesn't happen, it doesn't have to happen. With respect, I'm very much grounded in my brain. I'm a very sober-minded person. I concentrate very well.
Yeah, please don't be angry.
I'm just...
I think I don't want to put Ms. Mango on the spot. I can only say this, that Ms. Mango, are you satisfied with the explanation that she did not take the interpretation from the respondent? Are you satisfied with her explanation, or do you still persist that she got the interpretation from the JP, or do you accept her explanation?
The JP whispered, Chair, that seeing, I did hear that whisper because it was very loud. I would rather withdraw than what I have commented on earlier, Chair, just to keep the peace.
Yes, but if you did hear the JP say that it was improper, it was not correct, and I'm going to pursue that right now. Madam Interpreter, did you
Yes,
hear
sir.
the respondent, the JP, whispering an interpretation to you?
No, Chair. I don't even know how the sound of his voice will be when he whispers.
Yes, and had you had him whisper something to you, would you have allowed yourself to be influenced by him?
Ethically, no.
All right. The
In
issue-
fact, I would have come up front forward and report that he is whispering something which would have been a distraction to me.
Yes, thank you. With that, I rule that the issue is resolved.
Thank you, Chair.
You will tell us when you come to a point where it will be convenient to adjourn.
Thank you, Chair. I will do so. So what did you mean by this message that you forwarded to the JP?
Ubuthetha ukuthini ngale message oyithumele ku JP? Just a quick one. Are we still on page 1206?
Yes, this one where you said that I'm in East London. It would be better if we could meet face to face.
Okay. Ubuthetha ukuthini ke ngomyalezo owuthumele ku JP emveni kobethe yena usemonti kungangcono sijongane wachaza into kokuba ingangomso okanye nolunye usuku.
Kwesi stage sokuthumela lo myalezo,
At this stage of sending a message,
besele ndizixelele mna ukuba ndiyafuna ukudibana naye ndimxelele ebusweni okanye ephambi kwami yena.
I had already told myself that I do want to meet with him so that I could inform him or tell him in his face that
Zonke ezi zinto besezithethile kum ngaphambili, into bezindenza yona noba andizithandi.
all these things that he had said to me before, those things, I do not like them.
Why didn't you just say it on WhatsApp?
Kutheni ungakhange uvele use uyitsho phaa kuWhatsApp loo nto?
Ibingeko kokuqala okanye ibingazubakho kwesibini ndisebenzisa igama elinguhayi.
It was not going to be uthi ibingeko kokuqala.
Ibingazubakho kokuqala.
Okay. It was not going to be the first time of me using the word no.
Ngoku ke bendiqonda uba eyona ndlela irayithi kokuba ndimxelele.
Now I had then realized that the only right way would be for me to tell him.
Why couldn't you tell him at work?
Kutheni kwangazange umxelela emsebenzini?
Amaxesha amaninzi akabikho kwindawo endikuyo ngoba singabantu abatshintshe abajikelezayo ngokusebenza.
In most of the times, he is not at my work, as we are people who constantly moves around a lot as per work.
And can we get a translation of the respondent's reply at 2227 on 1206?
2227 time on page 1206. The question there is kukhondoni. What is there?
So he asks you, what is there in response to you saying to him that you are in East London?
Ukubuze uba kukhondoni kuba wena uthe usemonti.
Ewe undibuze loo nto.
Yes, he asked that.
And will that go with his message just further down, Imonti? What does Imonti mean?
Emonti is East London.
East London.
Ihambelane ke ngokunalento ayibhalileyo apha esithi emonti.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, but in between those two messages of the respondent, there's a message from yourself where you reply to a photo of the JP. And I cannot see what that photo is. Can you recall what that photo was?
Apha ke siphakathini phakathi kwale mbuzo busithi kukhondoni nalento ethi emonti kukho lo mfanekiso wakhe ngoba isuka kuye kwaze ke yanguwe apha obhalayo. Usakhumbula uba kokukhondoni apha wena kulo mfanekiso?
Ewe ndisakhumbula.
Yes, I can recall.
What was that photo?
Yayintoni le yayilapha emfanekisweni?
Lo mfanekiso yayingu Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
This picture was depicting the Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
Where did you get this picture?
Uyifumene phi le picture?
Le picture ithunyelwa ngu-Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
This picture was sent by the Judge President of the Eastern Cape.
To?
Ithumela bani?
Wayethumela mna.
He sent it to me.
And can we first get the translation of your response to that photo, Ms. Interpreter?
The response on photo timed 2227. Utyhut lonto. In English, I would say, you are so cute. Oh, you are very cute.
Why did you respond in this way?
Kutheni uye waphendula ngolu hlobo kweli foto akuthumele lona?
Kule picture
In this picture,
wayenxibe i-blue shirt, if I recall correctly.
if I recall very correctly, he was wearing a blue shirt.
And kule picture akabonisi ngokwalihlobo akhangeleka ngalo ngoku. Kula picture waye sabonakala engumntu okanye engutata osemncinanana ongenawo lamabala amnyama sebusweni kuye.
On that picture, he looked different than what he looks now, in a sense that he didn't have the black blemishes on his face that he has now. He looked a bit younger as well.
Nebala lakhe lalicaca.
And his complexion, it was also clear.
Le photo ke ixesha layo loba ibithunyelwa kum ngu-22:26.
And this photo, time when it was sent to me, it was 22:26.
Yile ke phangentla ndingakhange ndifumane ithuba lokuphendula into edilithiweyo, yiyo ke lidilithwe pha, uyidilithe sele ndiphendulile.
That is the picture that is supposed to be showing on 22:26, where it states that this message was deleted. By the time he deleted this picture on 22:26, I had already responded to it.
My question is still the same. Why did you reply to say that you are so cute?
Umbuzo wami ke usamile ukuba kutheni xa uphendula uye watsho wathi ucute lonto.
Ndizawuphinda ndithi kula picture ebebonakala engelilo elihloba lilo ngoku.
I'm going to repeat once more and say, in that picture, he did not look the same as he is right now, currently.
Cute njengoba benditshilo for clarity, uthetha uba umhle.
And the word cute, for clarity, it means you are beautiful.
But still, my question remains, why did you need to reply in that way?
When ndiyakuva umbuzo wami kodwa kusamile ukuba ibiyintoni ibibangela into okokuba uphendule kanye ngolo hlobo lokuba ucute lonto. Ufuna uqonda ukuba kutheni uyibhale ngolo hlobo impendulo le.
Andinayo impendulo endinokuyinikeza ndiyihombise uba bekutheni.
I do not have an answer that I could give to you.
And then the respondent replied to that reply of yours at 22:27 with two hands touching each other.
Waphendula ke yena ngezazandla zidityanisiweyo phaya ngathi ngumuntu othandazayo ngo-22:27.
Ewe kunjalo.
Yes, that's correct.
And with that, we adjourn until tomorrow at 9:30.
Sorry, Chair, I have a small request. With your permission and the panel, may I take, especially, I think, volume 3 will do justice for me, just to peruse on the translations that were already
I
done
think
at
it was
home.
meant for you.
So, yes, because I never took it home. For the past 3 days, I've been running this horse of mine
Yes, you.
without
It was meant for you. You can take it home.
Thank you.